ஓகே. ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு.
ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகுதா? ஓகே, ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகுது.
ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. நீங்க யாரும் அந்த யூடியூப் லிங்க் அப்ளை பண்ணாதீங்க.
ஓகே. நிவேதா யூடியூப் பார்த்துக்கோங்க. ஓகே, நான் லிபர்ட் மியூசிக் ப்ளே பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிருங்க. நம்ம இன்வைட் கொடுக்க அட்மிட் கொடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடலாம்.
ஓகே.
Dear participants, the meeting will start in few minutes. Please stay with us. Dear participants, our speakers will be joining us shortly. Please bear with us for a few more minutes. Sashti Kumar sir, sir, can we begin? Sashti Kumar sir, Justin, sir?
Yes, Swati, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can we begin, sir?
Yes, of course.
Okay, sir. Greetings from NITT SPY and OSA student chapters. Today, we have all gathered virtually to emphasize a pervasive and cardinal aspect of human society. This is Swati Shaktivel, President of NITT OSA Student Chapter, and I'm delighted to welcome you all to this wonderful event, Diversity and Inclusion, an Epitome of Unity. We did nickname it as Dieu 21, and Dieu in French means God. Yes, diversity and inclusion are indispensable, yet are widely overlooked these days, which is worrisome. And as an effort to change the status quo, we, the organizers of NITT student chapters, have taken a small step. This event is intended to underscore the necessity of unity among people and also to spotlight IPCs at our disposal. Finally, we are sealing it off with an academic touch by presenting the exciting opportunities for young researchers to carve their path to desired destination. With a set event plan and a quick quote, when we listen and celebrate what is both common and different, we become a wiser, more inclusive, and better organization. I would now like to welcome Dr. D. Sashti Kumar, Professor HAG, and the Staff Advisor of NITT Student Chapters Department of Physics, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, Professor.
I think Sasti Kumar sir has some connection issues. Swati, you can continue. You can just welcome your the address.
Oh, okay, sir.
He may join soon.
Okay, sir. He's actually in the call, sir.
Okay.
I apologize for the technical glitch. As Professor Sashti Kumar has some problem with connectivity, I'll welcome all the participants on his behalf. I welcome our beloved speakers, Professor Kalaimadi, Dr. Deepak Jain, and Dr. Bhanumati to this event. Thank you so much for allotting your time for us. I welcome all the participants, other professors, and organizers and our friends to this event. Thank you very much for joining us. Now, before we storm into our talks, it is only fair to brief you on who we are and what we do. And hence, I invite Dr. R. Justin Josephus, Associate Professor and the Technical Advisor of NITT Student Chapters Department of Physics, to walk our audience through the history of the student chapters of SPY and OSA. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Swati. So let me share my screen.
Yes, sir.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
So I welcome all the participants and also speakers for this one-day seminar. So I would just introduce you about OSA and SPY student chapters. So for those who are new to this chapter. So optical society, the optical society, that is OSA, and the SPI, formerly known as Society of Photographic Instrumentation Engineers. So they are established in order to propagate the knowledge dissemination on the branches of optics and photonics. So optics is the branch of physics that studies the behavior of properties of light and construction of instruments that used to detect it. Okay. So usually, in the earlier stage, it was limited to in the visible wavelength range. Then it was extended in the IR, UV, and later on, after Einstein's photoelectric effect explanation, light was considered as having both wave and photon nature, that is particle nature. So photonics also now was extended into the branch of optics. So we have optics and photonics, both are almost the same branch of science, that is which is dealing with the light as of now. So here we have two well-established societies, OSA and SPI, and they have this following objectives. Optical Society, they have more than 400 student chapters spread all over the world, and the main goal is to have is to bring all the professionals together and also create opportunities for professional development, and then having a networking environment between the students and the mentors, and also to disseminate knowledge in the form of publications, patents, and also career advancement and professional growth. So main thing is they share ideas, possibilities, and passion by scientists, and these characters they only lead to advancement in the science and technology, and of course they help us to lead a better life in the form of convenience. Okay. So SPI, similar objective like OSA. So it is also a non-profit organization and advances science through interdisciplinary information exchange and continuing education. As you see here now in this photograph, they are having telescope. So one of the oldest branches of optics. Okay. So using telescope now you can observe stars, right? The stars they shine at different colors. Some are red and some are white, if you see as the night sky. So you need the optics to better understand the stars, right? So optics means in the form of lenses, mirrors, that can be used to see the details. For example, Wien's displacement law. So the temperature of an object is inversely proportional to the wavelength. So you see that the colder stars. So the colder stars, their temperature is lower compared to a hotter star whose temperature is larger. And the colder star, it will be emitting red wavelength, and the hotter star, it will be emitting blue wavelength. So if you see the sky, you can see here, carefully go through the distribution of stars in the sky. You see a lot of colors, and you can observe it very carefully, and you can learn more physics from the color itself. So in order to observe the star in a much better way, you can use telescopes that involves optics. So Initially, if you see the growth of these branches, you see that on the 1590, the first compound microscope was developed, and from very small objects, so visualizing very small objects, like visualizing very large objects like celestial objects, optics are used. Okay. So first compound microscope. After that, now you see the use of optics in telescope, the form of lenses. Galileo used telescope and reported several discoveries. Then Isaac Newton, he studied a lot on the splitting of white light into its constituent colors, right? Then Thomas Alva Edison, he developed the first electric lamp bulb, and then Einstein, then photoelectric effect, where he formulated the stimulated emission. Einstein coefficients are well known in the year 1970. So 1960, we have the ruby laser by Maiband. So these are some of the developments in the field of optics and photonics. So in fact, Thomas Alva Edison, he used to sell vegetables, newspapers in trains, but you see he has got more than 1,000 patents, okay, including the well-known light bulb, movie camera. So we now see light bulbs in the form of LEDs. So this is the development which we see. And instead of the old photographic movie camera, we now see digital cameras, right? And another well-known example is the photoelectric effect and the stimulated emission that was formulated by Einstein, which played a very major role in the advancement of science. Okay. Also, now you have a lot of scientists who have contributed to this area. In fact, now if you see Arnold Sommerfeld, he created more than 10 Nobel laureates, but he didn't receive the Nobel Prize. So that is the status. So you see a lot of knowledge dissemination happening in various areas of physics, not only limited to optics. So that led to the advancement of science. So coming to the NITT SPY OSA chapters here, activities, these are in tune with the global activities of OSA and SPY, and they conduct outreach programs, workshops, and seminars, and also they give hands-on training to schools children, utilizing our laboratories. They conduct junior science fair. So all these motivates young students. And we also conduct guest lectures, and researchers were invited from different regions of the globe, from Sweden, Japan, Australia. So they have delivered talks both on campus as well as online. Annually, the SPY OSA chapters, they conduct the National Science Day program at the end of February, and frequently, international workshops and conferences are also being conducted, and at least one in a year. Notable events, you can say like the international workshop on advanced materials and applications with the resource person from Australia, Japan, and India. And also national level workshops on lasers and nano optics that was conducted last year. And this year now we have another event that is also today's event, which is a diverse event where you may get a lot of benefit from the resource persons who share their knowledge or expertise. So the benefits are multifold, like science awareness among our communities, then networking. So you may know about the various avenues, possibilities, and other scientific knowledge on the areas of different areas, and also organizing skills
Sir, you're not audible, sir. Participants, please bear with us for a second.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry for the interruption. Suddenly there was a power cut. So I have just completed my talk. So our introduction to NITT is 5 OSA. So we have a lot of opportunities that has been facilitated by this OSA and SPY student chapters. So in this regard, I wish to congratulate the organizers, the student members of the NITT SPY OSA chapter of the National Institute of Technology. And also I wish all the participants a success in listening to the lectures and getting benefited from them. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for shedding light on OSA spy organizations and also introducing our student chapters. Thank you. A quick instructions to the participants. I request the participants to keep your microphone and video off during the event for better reception. You can post your questions and suggestions in the chat box, and the organizers will read it to the speakers. E-certificates will be issued only after submitting the feedback form, and the link will be posted in the chat box, and of course will intimate you after posting it. Participants, we have fallen behind our schedule a little bit, and kindly bear with us. Now it's high time we moved on to the key part of Due 21. I would now like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Kalaimadi from Florida International University called FIU in USA. Professor Madi started simple with her education in a Tamil school run by government of Malaysia, gradually rose in ranks, and today she has been inducted as a fellow in the American Academy of Microbiology, the oldest and the largest society for life sciences. She is the first FIU member and the second Malaysian ever to be inducted in this society. She joined as an assistant professor in the Department of Biological Sciences in Florida International University in 1999, and she is the first founding faculty of Herbert Wertheim College of Medicine and the founding chair of the Department of Molecular Microbiology and Infectious Diseases in Florida International University. Professor Madi played a key role in establishing the Institute for Tamil and Tamila Diaspora Studies at FIU. Her research primarily lies on Pseudomonas aeruginosa and antibacterial resistance, and to her credit, she has 132 publications and 5 patents to this date. Professor Madi is the first international editor in the 75 years history of the Journal of Medical Microbiology. So far, she has mentored 165 students from across 18 countries, including India, China, Canada, Malaysia, Egypt, Siberia, etc., and has personally appreciated diversity in her laboratory. Her remarkable membership has been spotlighted with the Faculty Award for Excellence in Mentorship in 2011. She has earned the highest accolade in FIU, which is the 2011 President's Council World's Ahead Faculty Award, and has also received the International New England Biolab's Passion in Science Award for exemplary scientific mentorship and advocacy. Her unstinted philanthropic works deserve a special mention. She came up with an earnest question: how could students focus on education while starving? And founded Angsa 888 Pasi Pokum Padasalai, also known as Hunger No More, which is a platform to raise funds and provide free lunch to school children in her alma mater in Malaysia. With an eye toward helping the FIU students, she, along with her husband, Professor Giri Narasimhan, are donating a portion of their earning through Torchbearer Society. She is full of energy and loves to share knowledge, not to mention that she has delivered around 106 invited lectures so far. This is almost midnight in US and here she is to enlighten us all with her thoughts on diversity and inclusion. Irrespective to the odds and the timings, she magnanimously accepted to deliver the keynote address with zero hesitancy. And we are so grateful and honored to have her with us in this wonderful occasion. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I kindly request Professor Kalaimadi to share her views on diversity and inclusion. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Saktivel, for the fabulous introduction. I think this is the best introduction I've ever gotten in all my presentations. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, good morning to all of you, and I appreciate the invitation to deliver this keynote. So I won't go into all the details about my background since Ms. Aktive Swadi has introduced to me. So here's the outline of my presentation. Before I start there, I would like to invite you all to chat along as I present. And I do want this to be interactive so that we can enjoy the presentation and play some guessing game along the way. So I will give a brief introduction about FIU, and I will define diversity and inclusion. As you know, the topic is quite immense, and I can't completely possibly cover everything in 50 minutes. But I'd like to give you some examples of how people overcome adversity, and this briefly talk about sexual orientation, and then spend a considerable time on gender gap and barriers for women, area of my interest, and also area where I would like to promote STEM education among females. So with that said, FIU is in Miami. Many of you probably know it by now, since Ms. Aktivel's sister is here in FIU as a Fulbright Fellow, Amrita. It is a pretty young institution established in 1965. However, we are the second largest in Florida and fourth largest in the USA with almost 60,000 students. We have 11 colleges, the academic health, which has medicine, nursing, and public health, and then STEM education that covers art, science, and education, engineering, and computing, and the others in other areas of expertise. And this, we have been ranked by US News and World Report as dozens of FIU programs as among the best in the nation. And that, international business comes number 2 in the USA. Washington Monthly also ranks it as the top 20 public universities. We are Carnegie designated research university with a budget of more than $226 million. And we have 91 invention disclosures, as Swati mentioned, 5 of them are mine. So with that said, this is the campus. The main central building is the library, pretty large campus. And this is where my lab is in this building. And this is one of my past group. As you can see, it's a very diverse. They come in all colors and shapes. And you should also recognize this group here with Amrita. Excuse me. Okay, let me dive into our today's topic, diversity and inclusion. Embrace it, feel it, and celebrate it. And again, thanks to Swati for coming up with the title. And let's see how do you define diversity? This image sort of gives us an idea. It's people of all colors, all shapes, all countries. If you look at the actual working definition for diversity is understanding that each individual is unique and recognize their individual differences. So what are the differences that becomes of interest or often talked about in the context of diversity is the race, ethnicity, caste more so in India, religious beliefs, gender, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, whether you're rich or poor, age, and physical abilities and beliefs. However, I cannot cover all of them, as I said earlier, so we will cover some more briefly than others. So here's the question for you. And again, this is where the chat should start. If you are drowning, imagine you are drowning. Are you going to ask the person who's trying to help you, what caste do you belong? What temple you go to? Or what religion you practice? Think about that, right? And here's another provoking thought for you. The kingdom of life is divided into prokaryotes and eukaryotes. Prokaryotes involve the bacteria, archaea. Eukaryotes are the plants, the protistas, fungi, and animalia. Humans are part of this animalia group. If we reduce them to the most basic elements, can you tell apart? Because all of us, all life forms in this world is made up of simple 4 elements: oxygen, hydrogen, carbon, and nitrogen. Yet we like to think we are superior, yet a particular group, a religious group, or any form of group always thinks they're superior to the others. Where does that come from? Think about that for a second. So another definition we need to go through is inclusion. If we want to appreciate diversity, we have to include everybody who is different and unique. And when they talk about inclusion in the context of in the current practices, they're talking about accommodating people who have historically been excluded. And this inclusion or exclusion varies from country to country. So we will discuss some of them. But not just including, but also ensuring that this person, once included, feels a sense of belonging and gets the support from the organization. And this is often not afforded to the individuals being included. But then there are people who say, oh, we are very inclusive. So they will have one female in their leadership, as shown in the image. And I was the only female professor in the leadership role when the medical school started. These are 4 of my bosses. This is simply a tokenism. In other words, you give the appearance of racial and gender equality within a workplace or educational context. And this does not help end discrimination. So let's think about race, ethnicity, and religion. What is race? People could argue there is no such thing as race. We all are human. We all are Homo sapiens. However, we tend to divide people into, Chinese, Indian, and Russian. And again, there's a difference between race and nationality. But mostly race is defined by the skin color. Ethnicity is defined by cultural and ancestral identity. Those are the language, religion, and culture. If you look at Hindus, and since we're in Tamil Nadu, I'm focusing on Tamil. We have Tamil Hindus, Tamil Muslims, and Tamil Christians. We are united by our language, but divided by religion. And more so when even within Hindus, they are divided by Saivites and Vaishnavites, Pillais and Mudaliyars, whatever not. And Muslims, it could be Shiites or Sunnis, or if you're Christians, oh, he is a Catholic and I am Anglican, so I don't want to intermarry. At the end of the day, we are all humans. We all end up in the same place. We are made up of the same 4 elements. So let's think about it. Some of you may have serious reservation about different communities, different religions. And if you really have a problem with race, ethnicity, and religion, are you ready to reject this man? And you all know, including me, even though I'm not born or brought up in India, absolutely adore this man. No, none other than Abdul Kalam. He's a Muslim, he's a Tamil Muslim. Are you ready to reject this young man? Do you all know who he is? He's none other than A.R. Rahman. Are you ready to reject his music just because he's a Muslim? Are you ready to reject Albert Einstein because he's Jewish? Or are you going to reject Wolfgang Kettel because he's a German? No, we choose to accept and reject. And we choose to accept and reject anybody around us as long as it doesn't impact us directly. And that is wrong. We should accept everybody for who they are, what they bring to the table. Oops. What happened to my presentation? All right. Let me share again. So are you ready to reject this man? Anybody know who he is? Please put on the chat. Is he a Muslim? Oh no, does he look like a Muslim? No, he's not. He's none other than someone you are very proud of. He was the first Indian citizen, first Asian to be awarded Nobel Prize in 1913. He's none other than Rabindranath Tagore. So think before you start marginalizing people. Caste system, which is rampant among Indians, whether they're in India, Malaysia, or anywhere in the world, I think is worst of all racisms. Even though India has laws, but it cannot remove the entrenched attitudes and beliefs. There are many stories out there, which I don't have to get into details. Can you imagine a world without the other caste? What if all the ladies who work in all the houses stop coming to work? And not only that, these individuals, as far as I know, they are treated so badly because they don't get a day off. They don't get the weekends off. Are they not humans? You know, and they think about it. If we think I'm saying something wrong, go back and ask what's going on in your own backyard. You know, caste seems to follow no matter where you go. Recently, I read a story about this young man, Harvard educated with a high position, but his caste came to haunt him. And that's, again, is very wrong. And we as educated individuals should protest against it and should not bring this into any discussion in personal or professional life. So Malaysia, briefly, is a multi-ethnic Muslim country. It's one of the few countries which did not ratify the International Convention on the Elimination in all forms of racial discrimination. Our Article 153 of Malaysian Constitution led to implementation of these affirmative action policies that benefit only the Bumiputra. In other words, you are Muslim born in Malaysia. Essentially, we have entrenched policies against minorities. Here is a case. There are many cases. I'll talk about a little bit later. This Miss Vanaja is Dr. Vanaja now, is a Malaysian engineer. She was one of the 4 astronaut candidates who made the finalists for the space program. She topped the training. She was the number 1, but the seat was given to another individual because Miss Vanaja was a minority and didn't fulfill the criteria. Now she lives in Sweden, and unfortunately, it's a brain drain for Malaysia. And I'm also an example of leaving the country for better pasture. So have I been affected by racism, religion? And yes, there was an instance where I was accused of stealing because I'm the only non-community member in the house. You know, I've been barred from taking part on wedding rituals very subtly but surely because I'm not a Brahmin. And I will never become a professor in my own country, right? And I came to this country. Am I free from racism? No. Here in the form of gender and racism. And one of my colleagues said to a friend of mine, and this to quote, the problem with Kalai is that she's not a white and not a male. If she had been a white male, she would have been going places, or should have had an easier time in the institution. So what is my motto? I am what I am. I will give the very best in all that I do. But I also made sure that I had impeccable credentials that protected me from any kind of discrimination. And so you can do it as well. How about socioeconomic status? Is science only for the rich? It's a very nice article in Nature that recently came out. I invite you to read this. And your society already have programmed try to get children interested in science. And many of them may not have the ability to go to higher education. But no, science, you can find a diamond in the rough. And here's a very good example. This young child survived living on the streets. And he said he got so good at snatching food and sleeping anywhere he could. Any guesses as to who he is? Probably not, or probably yes. He's Mario Capecci. He's a molecular geneticist. And he got 2007 Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine for discovering a method to create a knockout mice. So you cannot and you should not be defined by your socioeconomic status as well. And there's another example. And this individual said, I was a disadvantaged child from a non-educated family, but I had the advantage of being in the company of great teachers. This person lived with no electricity, read under street lights, sold the newspapers in order to add to their family's meager income. This person also said, never define his upbringing as struggles, but rather experience. I hope you know whom I'm talking about. It's none other than Abdul Kalam. So don't let socioeconomic status define who you are or how you judge people. Moving on to sexual orientation. Anybody know who is this person? If you want to, he's the father of theoretical computer science and artificial intelligence. He was prosecuted in 1952 for gross indecency because he had a relationship with a man. Even though he's retroactively exonerated only in 2017, a law was created to exonerate all people who were convicted or prosecuted for gross indecency. This is none other than Alan Turing, father of computer science, mathematician, logician, wartime code breaker, and a victim of prejudice. So we cannot marginalize people because of their orientation. In Indian Constitution, Section 377, Indian Penal Code, erected in 1860, it says sexual activities against the order of nature is illegal. However, that was rectified in 1914, right? With several articles in the Constitution. And then in July 2009, High Court of Delhi decriminalized Section 377. Remember, Section 377 was created when the British were ruling India. However, unfortunately, 2013, the High Court overturned the decision. However, fortunately, September 2018, there was an unanimous decision to scrap Section 377. Again, just because we have the law for these people, are they protected? Unfortunately, not. So the people of LGBTQ, again, this is a subject for an entire session. I'm just going to give you brief intro, brief information for safe space. They face social barriers to studying science. More so in India, even the prosecution is outlawed. So if you are one of those community member, find a safe community to be your best. Surround yourself with friends who accept you for who you are, what you are. And I would invite you to see this movie, Aligarh, which is based on the story of Ramachandra Shiraz, who is a professor at Aligarh Muslim University, who eventually poisoned. He was murdered because he was gay. I also invite you to reach out to Dr. Aarti Agarwal. She's in computational photonics, and she is in a University of Technology, Sydney. And she also leads the diversity program for the Photonics Society. So these, people like Miss Dr. Agarwal should provide you a safe space to be who you are. So majority of my talk, rest of the talk, I'm going to talk about gender gap. And, when you talk about gender gap, it turns out that India ranks the bottom 5 in terms of women's health and survival and economic participation. And and the bottom 5 includes China, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bangladesh. Even United Arab Emirates improved in the number of women in politics, but India declined in many aspects. It's unfortunate there are 650 million women in India with only about 60% of literacy rate. So 40% of women have not educated. And if you look at, there is a global gender gap report that came out in 2021. And the top countries are mostly the Scandinavian countries, New Zealand. There are 2 African countries, Namibia and Rwanda. Look at United States is number 30, China is number 107, India is number 140. At the bottom is, of course, Afghanistan. The gender discrimination is very pervasive in all walks of life. And in fact, they also estimated there are 1.2 million missing female births in China and India combined, which means that they selectively abort or kill the babies very early. So having said that, many women do manage to break barriers and succeeded. And if, for example, Mary Keyes is the first woman to receive US patent. Elizabeth Blackwell was the first woman to earn her medical degree in the US in 1849. Interestingly, Dr. Anandibai Joshi is the first Indian woman to get an MD in the USA. She came to Philadelphia. The first woman to win a Nobel Prize in 1903 and 2 Nobel Prizes is Marie Curie. Her real name is Maria Sklodowska. Katri Gurry got the first woman to win a Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine in 1947. If you look at all the people that have received a Nobel Prize, there are 866 men and 53 women. There's 1:16 ratio. And interestingly, when you read about Anandibai Joshi and Marie Curie, Katri Gurry, they all succeeded because they also had the husbands who pushed them to their potential, the husbands who believed that in these women. And in fact, Marie Curie refused to accept the Nobel Prize if they did not include Marie Curie. So, and hence, husbands and fathers play a huge role in making sure women succeed. And, inclusion of women, the US success in space, right, would not have happened if they had not included a woman of color. Because there are 3 notable women: Katherine Johnson, who was orbit mechanics; Mary Jackson, who was a mathematician and aerospace engineer; Dorothy Vaughan, who was a mathematician and human computer, who really made sure US succeeded in their race to orbit the space. In fact, if you have a chance, do watch the movie Hidden Figures based on these 3 women. It's quite amazing a story. How about female astronauts? So the first cosmonaut to orbit the Earth was in 1961. It's Valentina Vladimirovna Tereshkova, a Russian cosmonaut. Of course, we have the first African-American woman to travel to space. There was May Carol Jamieson. It was 1992. And of course, the beloved Dr. Kalpana Chawla, the first woman of Indian origin who also traveled to space. And are we going to reject Miss Kalpana Chawla, Dr. Kalpana Chawla, because she is a Bengali? I guess not. So very often women don't get the credit, or often their work gets stolen. Here is the first African-American chemistry professor, Alice Augusta Paul. She died unexpectedly after having found an effective treatment for leprosy. Arthur L. Dean, a professor at the University of Hawaii, stole all her work and presented it as his until 1977. A poet at the University of Hawaii and a federal worker unearthed some reports and papers and brought the story to life. I guess that Dr. Dean didn't expect her to surface. Now February 29 is an Alice Ball Day in Hawaii. So this, even though it happened back in 1915, it still continues to happen. Often women not given the credit. There are many women get snubbed for being a female. They don't get the Nobel Prize even though they were part of the team. There are many, don't have time to go through all of them. If you know Fitch Lambda, Esther Lederberg worked as well as her husband. Of course, Rosalind Franklin doesn't get the credit for discovering the DNA. But of interest to you probably is Jocelyn Burnell. She's the astrophysicist who discovered radio pulsars in 1967. 1974 Nobel Prize in Physics went for discovering radio pulsars, but she was not one of them. In 2018, they recognized her with another group recognized her for Special Breakthrough Prize in Fundamental Physics. It had $2.3 million prize money. So she gave all the money away to create Bell Burnell Graduate Scholarship Fund to help female, minority, and refugee students seeking to become physics researchers. And you could apply to it as well. The 2021 awardee is Angaran Davanesan. He is a Sri Lankan Tamil who will be doing theoretical physics. So again, I've given you the link. Do check out the website. So some women do get recognized. So we have 2018 Nobel Prize for Physics that also went for optical tweezers and ultra short optical pulses. And as you may know already who these individuals are, Donna Strickland shared the Nobel Prize for generating these high intensity ultra short optical pulses. I forgot to check time, Kitty. So then I was reviewing the Indian women who broke the barriers. If you have not already been there, this is a wonderful website in Indian Academy of Sciences. And this entire website section devoted to Indian women in science. And the Kama Rana Deve is cell biology who founded this Indian woman in science. Each one of them have the essays on the website. You should read it because it's a quite amazing essay. They talk about their journey and the obstacles and how they would do things differently if they given a second chance. And there are young people there, a lot of physicists, a lot of mathematicians, cell biologists. And I hope one day one of you will also be in this group of remarkable women of Indian origin in India who broke the barriers to contribute to the science. So I want to discuss a little bit about overall how women fare. Women fare poorly and pay. They don't ascend to leadership positions. They also fare poorly in the educational outcomes. Legal dispute resolutions, they always favor men. I'll show you some data how they fare when it comes to getting appropriate medical treatment. They also yield lower repo and patient satisfaction. Most women don't get satisfied with the treatment they get. The women also do not adhere to preventative care protocols. And from a medical school point of view, there is a very poor communication between patient and physician in this country. I think in India, there's almost zero patient-physician communication. So let's look at some of the things here. when we start at this is a nice study that followed about 400,000 individuals from grade 1 to PhD. As you can see that when the grade 1, we had, a little bit less females. As we moved all the way to bachelor's, the number of women passing through bachelor's and master's reduced drastically. And you look at that, only half of the women get PhD. But however, what happens to the half that actually makes it to PhD? They don't get equal pay. In this country, the white men get more paid more than Asian woman or white woman or black woman or Hispanic woman. So there is a considerable range. And if you're a white male, you're likely to get the highest pay. And if you look at the across the age, when you're young, the pay scale is more or less the same, but as you age, and you can see the male are making more money, at least 20,000 more than the female. And this is US statistics. How about India? The India women make 1/5 of the men's salary. And in fact, India makes the bottom 10 globally on this indicator. And also in terms of pipeline for promotion, again, this is the orange is men, and the dark orange is men of white men, and the dark blue is the white woman, and the light blue is the woman of color. As you can see that as you go up the ladder, you can see that less and less women of color make it. As a woman, less of women, and if you're a woman of color, the chances of going up the ladder is much, much lower. However, having said that, you still have the opportunity in this country, in US, to ascend the ladder. How about survival after heart attack? If you're a male doctor with a female patient, and you can see that the survival of man versus a woman, it's this is your female. If you're a male doctor, female patient, the survival is much, much lower. If you're a male doctor and a male patient, the survival is higher. If you're a female doctor and a female patient, the survival is much higher after a heart attack. And how about survival, overall survival predictability between a female patient and a male physician versus female physician? It's very clearly shows that the survival rate of a male, if you end up with a male physician, is much lower than if you end up with a female physician. We can talk about why is that so. However, how about in India? The India Health and Survival Sub-Index statistics, India makes the bottom 5 in terms of female survival with the male physician. So, and then in addition to that, women are always held to double standards. If woman is smart and assertive, they call them bossy and less likable. If the man is assertive, we say, oh, he's a go-getter, he has a positive attribute, he can go places, right? How about when caring for their children? If men take care of the children, they get disproportionately praised, but women are expected to be caregivers. They are mom-shamed. What do you mean by mom-shamed? If you work and you have children at home, oh, shouldn't you be home looking after your kid or cooking for your husband? That is mom-shaming. And then there's this practice of women adopting husband's last name. It is in a very old system. People have different beliefs, and in a number of states in the US, they do allow allowing man to change to the woman's last name. The double standards are not only men on women, but women on women. In other words, women expect other women to behave differently and not providing the same expectation as you would expect in a man. So the end is almost here. I just want to say that, if you are a male white, the barriers are a little less, but as you keep adding, whether you're male, color, or LGBTQ or social economic status, more the parameters, more the barriers for the people to overcome. And it is a Herculean task to overcome and succeed. And if we can help them succeed, we would have done something good in life. So many of you here also are breaking barriers within your family, maybe first to go to college, get your master's. And these are all the various things that I was first in. I was first founding president for International Black Student Unions. I was the first to get PhD, become professor, founding faculty, etc. And so many of you will also break barriers, but when you do so, do not forget the journey you took. So there are others you can create a path for. So in summary, when you look at a child, the child is colorblind, right? The child laughs, the baby or the infant smiles at you. It doesn't see you are a black, white, a Muslim, Christian. But as the child grows, it picks up all the hang-ups and untold prejudices from their parents, from their immediate environment. Education does not make you a better person, but how you use your education to be inclusive and accepting, that's what would make you a better person. What goes around comes around. You never know when you're going to need somebody's help. So don't treat them badly. Don't treat anyone badly, because you never know when you need their help. Focus on the individual strengths, not the differences. Don't forget, யானைக்கு மடி சறுக்கும் சொல்லுவாங்க. You never know, you may fall and you need somebody else to catch you. And you may fall as well. And you want to give everyone a fighting chance just as much as you want others to give you a fighting chance in your success. Bring your full self to your professional life to succeed. Be who you are, accept what you are, and only then can you be creative and not worry about what people think of you. Don't include discriminating information in your CV. Many of you write your age, your race, you give photographs, you tell me you're a male, female, you tell me you're married or not. All these are discriminating information. Your CVs, please remove them. If you think you are not racist, you don't have any biases, I invite you to take this quiz, which looks at implicit and explicit biases. Accept yourself. You are beautiful, each and every one of you. And then you can accept all and celebrate everyone's successes. Understand that people with different background have a unique outlook on the world, and that leads to innovation. And enrich your life with the life of the others. Look for people of diverse background, and that's what makes your life more enriched. Dare to dream big and embrace diversity. Different individuals valuing each other regardless of skin, intellect, talents, or years. With that, I thank you for your attention and I appreciate for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. It was remarkable the way you articulated the significance of inclusion by taking a pragmatic approach and citing several real-life scenarios and life of successful personalities. It's just a funny coincidence, ma'am. Dr. Aarti Agrawal, who you had mentioned in your talk, we invited her for an international workshop we hosted in the March of this year, and she did give a fabulous talk on photonics. It's really a hell of a coincidence that you mentioned in your talk too, ma'am.
I'm glad to hear that. Wonderful.
Yes, yeah. Now the session is open to discussion. I request the participants to type your questions in the chat box and I shall read it to the speakers. Participants are encouraged to post their questions and comments in the chat box.
I think they're stunned. Thank you for the comments from people. Thank you, Dr. Satyavil. Well, it is, oh, there is, oh, okay. The question.
Participants, any questions? Any discussions or comments?
No, I think that's fine. This is, it's
Ma'am, we do
a
have
whole bunch of, okay.
Ma'am, we have a question. Can I read it out, ma'am?
Sure.
What is the survival rate of male patients on the hands of female doctors?
Good question. I don't have the answer, and more than likely very good survival rate, because women are more empathetic and they're caring. I don't think women differentiate patients from male and female. I think men do. It's almost like, you have to save the man because he's the caregiver, he's the breadwinner, and the callousness is with the women patients. And we're talking about men and women. If you're colored of different race, you even do much more worse than women.
That question was from Ms. Shiba Anandi. And we have a question from Mr. Kartigeyan. How were you encouraged to STEM?
How were you? Oh, personally, it's a very funny story, because initially I wanted to be a lawyer before I got introduced to science. And then I was 15 years old, and I had a fantastic chemistry teacher who was teaching beautiful stuff. And I went to and asked her, who are these people who figure out all these things? And she said, oh, they are research scientists. And I said, okay, I want to be a research scientist. Then that's the journey I took to become a research scientist. And then the next thing is, I decided that I want to be the most respected scientist in the world. And that's, if for that to happen, I had to really focus on education. I also always felt that education is the only way to escape any form of barriers in life, and especially for women. And I thought the only way to get out of my small neighborhood, to get out of the shackles of gender biasness was education. And I did not have any role models, but of course now there are you and every one of you are role models for your family to enter science. Remedies for elimination of bias. It's very hard. That's why I would say go take that quiz at the site to determine whether you have implicit and explicit bias. I think the only way to eliminate biasness is to see goodness in every one individual. And in order to see goodness in each and everyone who walk into your life is to assume that you will accept them for who they are until they prove otherwise. And that is my rule of thumb. right? Allow them, give them a chance, give them a fighting chance. But if they do prove themselves otherwise, distance yourself from these individuals. But it is an act of, it's an active process. You constantly remind yourself you're not biased. You constantly, when even you think about it or you get angry with the waiter, you need to say, no, he is human too. He's doing or she is doing the very best to serve you. Maybe this person has a very sick mother that is distracted. So try to put yourself in their shoe, and that will help you to walk away from not feeling annoyed or angry or, oh, all these people are like this, or, this blanket statement about individuals. Drop those blanket statements and give them everyone a chance. But you really have to practice it all the time.
Question from Kalaipriya. How well is the practice of not including gender, age, or citizenship in our CV now?
Oh, it's terrible. I still get all the CVs from India with all that information. And you should not ever add those information. In fact, I write letters. I make my very best not even to indicate the person if I don't have to. But if the person's name is so obvious, Amrita is a female, right? You can't hide that. So you should not do that. In the US or most other countries, we don't put all this information in our CVs. So please remove them. I can come and give you all a course on how to prepare your CV, a session on how to prepare your CV.
We have a question from Shivadas.
Mm-hmm.
Making a working space which is diverse in all respects is a good way to know about different people, as you did in your research group. How was the effect of such decision on students you have? Can you make some comments on that?
Sure. So one of the things is that since myself and my husband, we both enjoy learning about different culture, their background, the countries. We like to travel, we like to meet people. One of the things we do is we often invite them home. So not only we work in the laboratory where all these people, you come to work and you go away, but there was a real effort to introduce each other's culture. So we celebrate, like, for example, we celebrate Diwali and we have everyone at home and all the girls try all my saris. And then, if there is any other festivals, we celebrate. So and a very good example, I would say, I had a lady from Egypt spend almost 6 months in my lab. Of course, coming from Egypt, she had her headgear and everything. And every day she came, she went and said, hello, good morning to everyone. At the end of her stay, every individual in my lab said, thanks for changing our mind about people with this outfits like that, because by being your authentic self, by being nice and polite and sharing your love for life with others, the opportunity created for others to accept people of all walks of life. And so for that reason, I really like people from different walks of life, different countries in my lab. Even sometimes some students leave you a bad impression, but there will be others from the same country will change the impression. So we really accept and spend time outside the lab and really learn about the culture. Don't just know, if for example, a very good example is Amrita. I know more about her, where she come from, which town she came from. I go read up about it, and we talk about it. So you should do so. Go visit your friends. I see so many interesting names in the list of people. How many of you know how do they live? Where did they live? So that's how you will embrace people, right?
Okay, ma'am. Now we'll take one last question.
Yes,
How do you
please.
feel gender segregation differs between Asian versus North American cultures?
So it's a tough one. If you consider in Asia, depending on the countries and depending on groups of individual, women do slightly better. But most of the time in the Asian countries, women are really relegated to the lowest of position. Even if there are women faculty members, I've been around institutions where there are women faculty members who never come and say hello to me, or they stay on the periphery while the men run the job. And if you look at the university leadership, they are largely made of men. Perhaps there'll be one token woman, right? There's always tokenism. But in the North America, even though there is a gender gap, there is opportunity, right? The opportunity is more than what I would have gotten in Malaysia or even if I'd been in India. So it's better in North America, but certainly there is need for a lot of improvement. But in Asia, you can forget it. So hopefully your generation will change that. What we need is not just women fighting for our rights, but we need the men to fight for our rights. The men need to think that it could be their daughter, their wife who get discriminated. You could have a daughter who's super bright, cannot go up in career because she's a female. But if you treat the other women in your company, in your position equally, then your child or your wife will get the same respect, same treatment. So you really need to change the culture. We need the men's support. And I certainly can tell you that, my success and my ability to do all these things is that I have a strong support of my husband. And that, and again, I would tell all these young girls, find a man that supports your career choices, who doesn't think that you have to stay home and make babies. So take your time, find the right man.
Okay. Okay, ma'am.
All
Thank
right.
you, ma'am. On behalf, yes, ma'am.
No, I would like to thank all the audience and all the questions. I hope I stirred up more questions than answers. Good luck with everything you do. Good luck to the society and the chapters for organizing this. Thank you, Ms. Swati.
Yes, ma'am. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank you once again for your efforts and your time, which is beyond reproach. Again, we know it is past midnight in United States, and you have joined us along with your husband, Professor Giri Narasimhan. A special thanks to you, sir, for commenting in the chat box. And I am truly puzzled at your zeal and sincere effort and detailed research on celebrities and scientists from diversified field. And very subtly, you have highlighted all kinds of diversities we face, especially gender inequality. And of course, we understand that a lot of different flowers make a bouquet. I guess that is a takeaway from your talk, ma'am. I'm sure participants would imbibe the value-ridden points you have highlighted and carry forward them henceforth. We would be really glad if you could stay with us for the rest of the event, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So let us now move on to the next lecture. This session will be taken forward by Ms. A. Kalaipriya, President of NITT SPY Student Chapter. And now I invite her to introduce our next speaker. Over to you, Ms. Kalaipriya. Ms. Kalaipriya?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good morning to all. It's my immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Bhanushri Velpandian. Dr. Banushree Velpandian graduated from AIMS, New Delhi, studied law from University of Delhi. She did her post-graduation in law, specializing in contracts, including mercantile law and consumer justice. She was conferred doctor in law in 2012 for her studies on comparative analysis of the legal framework governing clinical trials in India and UK. She is a practicing advocate in the courts of Delhi since 2001. She has been specialist consultant for policies at Indian Council of Medical Research under the Department of Health Research. She is a member of Internal Complaints Committee of the Goods and Service Tax Network, GSTN, and Biotechnology Industry Research Assistant, BIRAC. She is also senior legal consultant for BIRAC of Department of Biotechnology and Technology Development Board of DST. She is one of the panelists in the International Law Center for Alternative Dispute Resolution under the Ministry of Law as a mediator. A fellow of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, United Kingdom, member of Association of University Technology Managers, USA, and life member of Indian Council of Arbitration. She has completed the directed studies in private international law of Hague Academy at the Peace Palace, International Court of Justice. She is also the legal expert member in the Institutional Ethics Committee for Research using Human Subjects at AIMS, Sir Gangaram Hospital, National Institute of Immunology, and National Brain Research Center. She is a trainer resource person in areas of her academic specialization and passion, including human rights, human health, contracts and technology management, policy making, bioethics, alternative dispute resolution, and comparative jurisprudence. It's my immense pleasure to welcome you, ma'am, and I would like please take over the session. And before that, I have an announcement. Feedback link will be posted in the chat box after this talk, and sessions will be open to questions, and participants can ask their questions by posting in the chat box, and it will be read out by the organizers. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Let me try to share the screen also first. Is this visible to you? The screen is visible to you all?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let me start by beginning to give the special thanks that is due for the organizing committee and the advisory committee, and also my fellow resource faculties who have joined this due 21. So the topic for me is legal guidance on overcoming workplace related issues. And as codified by law, what is the framework available for India? So let me go one by one. Yes, ma'am has given a very good global perspective. Professor Kale has done it wonderfully. But even then, I want to actually start with giving a gist of what she had actually tried to complete, where sex, feminism, and gender, these words can have a different parlance, but can be used in a manner which can confuse everyone who is on the opposite side. So if you look at sex, it definitely only deals with the biological elements of which human beings come into this earth. It definitely deals with your anatomy and physiology, where we are talking about your body parts. And feminism is an aspect where people or a sect of people who become advocates of women's rights for in this society, and on the ground that there has to be equality of sexes. And the gender, if you say, it is based on the social and cultural parameters and even the education and the family upbringing, which will actually inculcate in every individual what are the values that they should carry forward in their life. And actually, I have used stamps of prominent Indian personalities, females, not being sex oriented, but yes, on this day, it would be more appropriate. Please take note of those notable personalities. I'm not going to talk about them anyway, but definitely we also can all draw inspiration from these personalities. First one here is Rani Lakshmi Bai, who is in the stamp here. We all know Rani Lakshmi Bai. This is Rani Reshmani, who was instrumental in the creation of Dakshineshwar Kali Temple in Kolkata. Okay, so we are talking in this slide. about the duality of energies. So this is the next slide probably, let it be. But we are talking about duality of the energies where there is a spin and an anti-spin, yin and yang, and there is an ardhanari form of an energy which is present everywhere in the universe for it to properly function. So this is the next thing which we have here, where I want to show, moving, go. So in this, I just wanted to tell you what all the aspects which influence the way the gender works. So if you see, this is the family, this is the education, this is how the society actually wants to stereotype a person. So that is where it comes in, that you inculcate certain values and certain attitudes which may actually create a gender bias in you. And this has nothing to see, this is nothing to do with your sex or sexual orientation that, you know, that people talk about. Yes, when we talk about topics of gender equality, Professor Kale has already covered a lot of it, but definitely, yes, when you look at Indian perspective in the milieu of Indian scenario, the sexual and reproductive health, where there are dismal sort of an, statistics you can get where there are a lot of infrastructure is lacking, and the value of unpaid care and domestic work, where you have laborers, where you have unorganized sectors, where probably people are getting exploited, especially females, are not getting the value for the work or not getting paid adequately in the manner they should have been done for equal work, equal pay. And access to education, yes, she also said, and keep on, recalling what Professor Kale has said and link it to what I'm going to say, and probably it will apply to the upcoming speaker also. So when you talk about access to education, she has already said only 50% of Indian women are educated. Yes, access is a very big problem. We have made access to education as a fundamental right. Even then there is going to be a trouble in implementation, and we are actually looking at the gaps of implementation when it comes to various states in our country. And fiscal wage and social protection, yes, definitely there is a lacuna there. And the inclusive decision making, even at domestic fronts, leave alone the organizational area, you may find that females are not part of the decision making, or probably the male members of a committee have more to say, or nay or an S to a decision, more than a female who wants to actually second a decision made by a male dominant chairperson or a leading other member of the committee. So this is where, and the skills for employment, where it is actually, sometimes we feel that women don't have to go for a specific skill development. And many, even on domestic front, we say, ladki ko ye sab aana chahiye. So these are all things, maybe a general statement we hear off and on in our daily life, but definitely they have a lot of bearing where we actually do not allow women to take special skill development trainings. So we have already seen that all the four aspects of family, society, education, and religion. Religion is definitely, when we talk about religion, Professor Kalaya has also said that participating in a puja for a family member will be difficult. Yes, it is. Participating in the last rites of a family member who demise, that is also a problem. So we are talking about them participating in other ceremonies. So these are all things, religious based biases are also there in our society, which can be rectified slowly, but we are looking at a transition era where the youngsters are more conscious about the rights and the elders are still gathering what is their duties towards the youngsters in the society. So let's hope that things will be all right. And definitely this area of Constitution of India, which is going to talk about fundamental rights that has been incorporated based on the best practices of the globe, talks about right to equality, right to freedom, right against exploitation, right to freedom of religion, cultural and educational rights, and right to constitutional remedies, including writ jurisdictions under the Constitution. Article 15 very clearly states that there cannot be any discrimination based on religion, caste, gender, or race. But do we have this in practicality? Where do we have the same sort of a safe, non-discriminatory environment everywhere? That is a question we all have to ponder upon. Yes, things are coming up. I am very, very positive that India is in the right road ahead, and probably all youngsters with their bright, thoughts and vision can make it happen. And gender justice as such, we have already covered that it does not mean just you have to have an equal number in any given arena or a forum, but it is about ensuring equal access to the developmental work opportunity, creating an inclusive culture, providing mentoring and coaching, and formalizing the flexible working and gender quotas. Sometimes being unequal is the only way to bring equality. So that is the main funda behind the reservation policies our country has, wherein we thought that the socially not empowered sector or the section of people should have some quota or a special treatment so that they can come at par with the other sections of the people who have had their advantage as per the society norms. So let us hope that these all things will be actually be considered while the policies are being made by government. And in this direction, it's a laudable guidelines, which we call it as a Vishaka guidelines, which came in 1997 because there was no law at that time when we talk about the sexual abuse or sexual harassment in workplaces. Yes, we are now going to touch the topic of workplace now. Don't write down anything. I think the participant need not actually take notes. These are all public domain information. So relax and just, open your ears and you may get some information inside. You can always go back and retrieve them from the websites. So don't worry about that. So the guidelines actually, when they were promulgated, the court said that this will be treated as a law under Article 141 of the Constitution. That means, give or take, it is almost a law that has been promulgated in the legislative assemblies and the legislative parliament of our country. Till there is going to be a codified law and a rule that can come up against the guidelines. So definitely this case, which actually put India under international scanner, was Nirbhaya case of gang rape case of 2012, and which was also instrumental in bringing out the Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 2013, which stringently made, the crime punishable with more deterrent sentences. So this being the background, 1999 and 1997 and 2012, let us go into the Vishaka guidelines itself, which became instrumental in bringing out the 2013, as well as the Justice Verma Committee. What I am talking here about, what was constituted after the Delhi gang rape case. So these two, Justice Verma Committee and Vishaka guidelines, became instrumental in bringing out the Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act in 2013, read with the sexual harassment of women at workplace, Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal rules in 2013. So this is actually, this framework is in vogue everywhere, all across India. And accordingly, when you see the definition part of the statute, it actually defines who is a woman, when the the purpose and intent of this act and rules. Women is not based on sex and gender here. It is only based on who the law will be applicable. So all women working or visiting any workplace, regular employees, temporary employees, even daily wagers, ad hoc employees, project employees engaged directly or indirectly, working for remuneration or voluntary, everyone will be treated as employees, could be co-worker, could be contract worker, it may be trainee, student, apprentice, or even a maid working in a household will be treated as women under the scope of this law, where if anything happens to her, she can have a redressal mechanism readily available as per the framework. So when we look at the workplace, where we are talking about major definitions under this law, where workplace is the next term which we should know. Workplace will mean any place, office places, off-sites, where we call this as field visits, outbound trainings, client meetings, training sessions, travel for office purpose, any place one visits during the course of employment. So this covers all the sectors: unorganized, organized, private, government, hospitals, institutes, facilities, or domestic households. So when we look at the next definition, which is of very important, major importance, is who is the employer? Because why this term becomes important is that the employer under this act and the rules will have a lot of duties towards making the workplace safe and sound, and to put in place the redressal mechanism we are going to talk about. So the employer shall mean the head or the officer specified by way of authorization in the workplace, which can be a central government, state government, or local authority. In the private workplace, the employer can be the person responsible for the management, supervision, or control. And in a dwelling house, the employer may be the person who employs or even getting benefited. That means any relative staying in the house permanently and enjoying the benefit of the maid. So having a maid also is going to be covered under the definition employer here. So let us look at the specific area, which is research institution or an academia setup. So I have worked in academia setups. I have been advisors to academia. I have also been, legal member in their committees. When I look at the major shortcomings, when we look at how people actually have the hesitation to come out to talk about troubles in academia or workplaces in the research institutions, is because they think there is a rigid hierarchy. You have a supervisor, you have a co-supervisor, you have faculties, heads of the department, you have heads of the institutions, probably you have deans, you have registrars, you have proctors, you have so many people actually who can influence the daily academic exercises or the activities that you have to undertake within the premises of the institution. So this rigid hierarchy has been perceived as a major impediment for people to come out. And next comes the decisional asymmetry. You are in a position where probably if you say no, or the other person says no, that means end of your career. That means end of your education. That means end of your academic pursuit. So this is the decisional asymmetry, which may also put people at unease. They don't want to come out and talk about any harassment in the workplace. And definitely the third point, what I'm going to talk about is the witnesses. Yes, for a committee to actually evaluate whether there had been an event, or, if you even look at an examination or the inquiry process, then you might need witnesses who might have to make a statement before the committee or the members, stating what happened in a particular point of time. If you don't have these sort of an emboldened or cooperative witnesses, you might be in trouble. Your whole allegation may fall apart or fall flat, cannot hold any water. And the conflict of interest definitely will come when the members sitting in a committee or an inquiry portfolio have a conflict of interest with the person who has committed wrong. So this is where you see conflict of interest and things are not going to go forward. And definitely other aspect where I have seen people actually going back and withdrawing their complaints is because of the backlash. It may be the other faculties, the male faculties or even the female faculties, if it's the other way around, who don't want to interact with you because they think that you are a troublemaker. Number two, your career prospects may get affected, your promotions may get stopped, your retirement benefits may get affected. So, or you might not be allowed or permitted to submit your dissertation. So these are all the backlash which comes to any person in their mind, and they don't want to go ahead with pressing the complaint. And the trauma of abuse in a personal capacity definitely takes a toll on the psychology of a person. So sometimes it is actually very much easy for anyone to forget what happened rather than actually pondering upon it or pursuing a remedy, because you have to relive the moment again and again. You have to talk about it again and again. You have to explain what happened to other people, justify your actions or inactions. So this becomes much more traumatic. So this is also one area where people don't want to go ahead and press complaints. And this is one proposal which the last one, what I mentioned as LOSHA, list of sexual harassers in academia. I don't know whether to thank that it is not in place or whether to actually think that it should have been brought into place. There is both way. It is a double-edged sword. So it was proposed that we should have a sexual harassers in academia list published in in the public domain, so that any student, researcher, or other members will know, like child sort of abuser, which is actually they have it as a police record, and here we don't know who will keep it, the institutional level, or the government level, or the state level, where this database will be. So there are a lot of issues. So probably I am happy that at this point of time where there is no clarity, this list is not going to come out. But this does not mean that people should be taken for granted that everybody is good. Yes, we have our own judgmental capacities for characters, so we might be careful. We should be careful when we interact with others. We should always react immediately when it is required. A delayed reaction may be perceived as an acceptance. So we have to be careful. Either it is a male student or a female student, I am not going to actually segregate at this point of time. Workplace has to be safe for both of them. So now, if we can summarize the sexual harassment behavior, it is an unwelcome behavior which has a sexual connotation and which gives a subjective experience of harassment. It is the impact and not the intent what matters. So the law is going to perceive what the victim feels after the incident, not what the person committing the crime feels. He may say that I did not wish to sound that as a sexual comment, but that is not what law is going to look at. If the person perceives subjectively that he has made a sexual comment, then that will be taken as a sexual comment. That's why we have seen that people now are also beware of false and frivolous complaints that being lodged by female employees or students. Yes, that is also there, but does not become a deterrent that such social welfare legislation should not be there. So we must be aware of those false allegations also. So that means two things. You cannot be prejudiced that when a female says there is truth in it. Number two, that other thing is this person is aggressive, therefore he will be sexually abusive also. There are two things. There are different things. When there are going to be allegations, you have to be very careful, very neutral, and actually very decisive and determinative in hearing everyone and then arriving at a conclusion rather than actually getting prejudiced based on any other material before, which is not before you. So now I was talking about the reactions that might happen in a workplace when there is something unwelcome going on, which might be sexual or which might not be sexual, or a pure harassment on the part of someone, against someone who is in a weaker position. So many times we have seen people accepting it. They say, my boss is not good, but I have to be here. I have to earn my bread and butter. So I have to be here. So people ignore, saying, Chalta, everyone, all males are like that, or probably all the bosses are like that, whether male or female, they leave it. So this is another way. And then some people report it, they pursue the report, they make a complaint. And many people actually resign their jobs, run away from the place without even informing, because they feel ashamed that there is something which is wrong in them, which caused the other person to react like that. This guilt is something which we have to be very careful and get rid of it before we can understand what is harassment and who is the victim here. And some people revolt. They actually organize gangs. I have seen students doing it sometimes. It is then actually the actual purpose of the revolt is lost. The agitation is lost. It gets hijacked by some other agenda anyway. But the people want to revolt against certain things. And this is very subtle but personal behavior, which is called as revenge. People then plan and plot against the other person in order to demean them, or to actually defame them. So these are things which can be avoided. If there is a mechanism of redressal, we should actually follow that so that it can be taken up easily and immediately in a procedurally due process can be adopted, and then you may arrive at a conclusion. So let us look at the definition legally. We know that it might consist of sexual harassment, may consist of any of the following, or it may be one or more of the following. It may be even single aspect. So it doesn't matter. So it may be a physical contact or advance. It may be a demand or request for sexual favor, sexually colored remarks. Dr. Mati had actually talked about how she herself had heard similar remarks in her career. Then showing pornography to a colleague or to a subordinate, or other offensive or derogatory pictures or cartoons, or any other unwelcome verbal, non-verbal conduct of sexual nature. So like everything has to be seen with the lens that it is the impact which matters, not the intent of the person doing it. So that is why everyone has to be careful when they interact outside their home with the third person. The manner in which they are going to pronounce the words, in which they are going to actually react for any of the situation will matter, because it is the impact that will be carried forward and that will be considered by any committee. And we look at the other acts which are implied as sexual harassment, because this happens very frequently, that you may feel there is a quid pro quo. That means somebody makes an advance and then gives an inclination and gives an that probably there is a promise of preferential treatment. Probably you may get a promotion, or if you don't do this, probably you will be punished. So these are the things actually, when associated with the unwelcome acts, you also have some sort of an implied consequence that is being projected in the work environment. There may be interference with the work or the job profile or your duties, or probably a humiliating treatment when you are in a group and slight comments being made on you. So these are the things, probably they want to corner someone in accepting unwelcome behavior. So these are all things will be looked in toto when a committee is going to look at a particular event or a causal link between the victim and the sexual behavior. So we are talking about two levels of committees here under the Act, which is ICC, the Internal Complaints Committee, as well as the Local Complaints Committee. So the composition, everything is available. And don't forget, actually, the stamps which I have in the pictures should also be, actually, you have time to look at them. I don't have time to speak about them. But Tilayadi Valiamai she's no more, but was a South African Tamil girl who worked with Mahatma Gandhi in South Africa against apartheid. So all these pictures, what I have in mind, I know a lot about them, and I wish that each one of you also know about them and get inspired by these figurines, by the figures and the personalities. So they have been commemorated by way of having a postage stamps by Indian government. So let me go to the, I am going to move to the next slide. These all informations will be available in public domain, what is the constitution of ICC. But anyway, the main nature of the ICC is that it will be promulgated and constituted by a specific order within the organization. No external party will have any role in the nomination or the selection. It will be an internal structure. It will be an internal authority decision where there will be a chairperson, there will be 2 members, and also you'll be there can be more members, but provided 50% of them are always women. So there is also a local complaints committee, which is the duty of the district officer of the particular district to constitute. And there also the same rule applies, where 50% of them always will be women in order to look into the complaints. This is definitely not to have a sexual advantage towards women or the fairer sex when a complaint is there, but to actually make the victims more forthcoming. Just now, the data on the healthcare, where you have a male physician and a female patient might have shocked you, but that is a reality. So when a committee is predominantly having a male members and you find only a singular female or no female at all, the person who is the victim comes before the committee, they may not be forthcoming at all. So this is the only reason, probably the legislative intent also, that this committee should serve the purpose and be effective in getting the redressals happen. So this is, we are talking about the complaint mechanism that has been actually stated under the framework. where the agreed woman can make in writing a complaint of sexual harassment at workplace to the complaints committee within a period of 3 months from the date of incident. The time limit can also be extended if the ICC feels that there was a reason, there was a pertinent reason, or probably a reasonable time lag which can be explained and justified for non-filing within 3 months. If any woman victim is unable to make a complaint in writing, the committee itself will provide assistance of drafting it while she relates to the incident, or she recites what happened on a particular day, and the committee takes down. And there is no suo motu recognition of a sexual harassment. The committee cannot on its own be constituted and take up a case of a student or a faculty or anybody in the workplace, assuming that there is something wrong. Unless there is a written complaint or anybody approaches the committee, there is no manner in which the proceedings or the inquiry can be initiated by the committee. Now, who can do this? The woman herself can do, or in case of mental incapacity, her relative, friend, special educator, psychologist, or a guardian, or any person who has information about the incident with the written consent of any of her relative, friend, special educator, or guardian can press the complaint. So this is to facilitate that if a person wants to remain anonymous, then also there can be a remedy which is applicable, because there was actually a psychological and physical damage that was caused due to the sexual behavior and harassment that occurred at a workplace. See, all this is based on the principle that there is zero tolerance for any sort of harassment in a workplace. So where in a workplace, at least away from the home, everybody should feel safe, so that, you without any hesitation render your duties. You don't have to wait and think about whether when I say this word, what the other person will feel. So this is the main reason where we said that, yes, you have adequate remedy. So don't worry, you go ahead, do your work. So, but this is not the only thing. I have seen people blackmailing, others, stating that it happens sometimes even in case of minority, SC, ST, very unfortunate, but yes, cases are there where people say that if you do this, then I will actually press a complaint against you in a minority commission, in a national, probably a backward caste commission, or before the ICC for sexual harassment. So there are also misuse, massive misuse, like the Right to Information Act, which has come up, that was meant for actually bringing out the transparency in an administrative process and to bring down corruption in our country. But we see that there is a massive misuse of right to information statute also by activists, sometimes who have personal vengeance in mind. So these things should be avoided. Now we are looking at an inquiry process where a committee is empowered under the act itself, that it can initiate an inquiry, it can interview the complainant, respondent, and the witnesses, it can record the statements, it can actually look into the additional documents or evidences, including videotapes or audio recordings, and list the events, and it can make a findings on the facts and occurrences that happened under the confidentiality, that this proceedings will not be made public. That is very important. There is a confidentiality attached to the entire inquiry process. Once the inquiry is complete, the committee is also empowered to prescribe a punishment and recommend it to the sanctioning authority of the particular establishment. And impartiality, I have already said that there should not be any conflict of interest. Therefore, the committee can actually look into the actual events and actually go through all the witnesses and evidences and arrive at a conclusion. So there is a timeline which I am just making a summary of it so that people might have that in their mind. Within 3 months, you have to go to the committee. Within 7 days of receiving the copy, the committee should actually notify the respondent or the person who is being alleged as being, who has committed the sexual harassment. And within 90 days of the complaint, the inquiry should be completed. So within 10 days of the inquiry, it has to submit the report to the employer, to the LCC, and within 60 days, the implementation of recommendations of the committee should be undertaken by the employer. There are also penal consequences which have been clearly stated in the Act and rules, where the employer is not going to abide by the implementation of the recommendations as stated in the decision of the committee. And therefore, there are two-way remedies. The ICC itself can go back to the administrative establishment and say, do it immediately, or else we will have to report you to the LCC ICC, or the complainant herself can go to the court, normal court, for execution of the decision. So both ways are available. Here in picture is Vijayalakshmi Pandit. Even Republic of Liberia has actually honored her with a postage stamp. She is a sister of Jawaharlal Nehru, and she has been president of UNGA, United Nations General Assembly. We know Bhanumati. So I am, I am personally like her because I am also Bhanu. Leave that apart. We will go how we can actually, the committee can bring out its recommendations. It can say that it can, the respondent has to be restrained. Then it can say that there has to be reports generated on the work performance of the aggrieved woman. It can write a confidential report or appraisal on the complainant or the person who has committed the sexual harassment. It can transfer the complaint. It can transfer the complainant or the respondent. It can place the complainant or respondent on compulsory leave as an interim measure, and also as a final recommendation. So apart from this civil remedy under the POSH, we also have criminal remedy, which is available for male and female. ICC mostly is for women. Women has been defined therein, but we are talking about an IPC, which is an Indian code, penal code, which gives where there are obscene acts and songs, sexual harassment and punishments. And probably, there are two-way crimes also which are recognized under IPC, where there is going to be criminal intimidation, breach of trust, and other things. And female-centric provisions like 354. I'm not going to go into the details of these sections. Everything is available in public domain. I'm not going to show that I'm a lawyer who knows the section here, but rather I will facilitate that you should be aware of Indian Penal Code sections which provide for remedies. And these are all independent. You can still go for a criminal remedy even if you are going to approach ICC. So that is going to be complementary. So yes, this has been totally in a global perspective. Dr. Kalai has already covered, where we see that women in senior management all across the globe are not appreciative percentage, but in India, especially if you see, senior management is only 39% against the globe. Oh my God. So this is 31% global against 39%. I think, Dr. Kalai, this is something I was actually expecting the opposite. So we should actually ponder this also by the consultancy firm Grant Thornton in its report. But still, the men to women ratio remains in 10:2 ratio only. So we might have to work into that also. And MS Subbulakshmi, Amma, so the great musician, legend, and eternal Carnatic singer for all generations. So yes, the percentages seem to be coming up above the global average, but there is a lot to do. And yes, we will all stay optimistic as Indians, and this is going to be on our sleeves as, sort of an initial achievement. Based on the equal representations for females, other statutes of our country have also made provisions. If you look at the Companies Act, it had said that the independent women directors in any company listed or probably other companies, they will be there compulsorily. At least one women director will be there. And the government went on to amend the Maternity Benefit Act, where it said that instead of the 26 weeks will be available as a maternity benefit for COVID times. Actually, the ministries are coming out with OMs and sort of circulars where it says that don't harass female employees to come when they have a newborn child. Even up to 1 year after the childbirth, they may remain at home and do work from home also. So when the other promulgation, when we look at Maternity Benefit Act, there is also a requirement that when any establishment has more than 50 employees, it should set up a crèche. Tamil Nadu and Karnataka are the only two states which have actually come out with the state-wise rules for setting up of the crèche, so which is good. And also, I remember that when it comes to third gender, inclusion of third gender in list, it was state of Tamil Nadu which did it first in its ration cards and its forms, admission forms, and its government forms. So very good. So in this, the government of Tamil Nadu is taking more initiative for gender equality. So when we look at the workforce in India, only 21% of the women in India participate as workforce. When we compare it to 50% South Africa, 55 Brazil and Russia, and 61% in China. So and during the COVID times, the India spend has said that 13% of the women have lost their jobs as compared to only 2% of men, because women being caretakers, probably when anyone in the family fell ill, they were the ones they actually chose to stay back and take care of them. That's the reason primarily that was cited in India spend. But definitely, yes, the ratio of retainment of men was higher than women during the pandemic times. And also, if you look at the displaced refugees and in any country, the population consisted of 80% women. So we need more empowerment so that these discrepancies can be addressed at all level, national, global, as well as local society level, so that we can see a brighter tomorrow. And many of these high court judgments are available in public domain. What I'm going to talk about is Gaurav Jain versus Hindustan Latex Family Planning Promotion Trust. This is about a senior colleague actually taking a junior on a field trip, and probably there was a misbehavior. So all this you can actually write down. It is a writ petition number 139 of 2015. Go and refer to them. So these are all different cases which I don't want to, due to paucity of time, I don't want to go into in details. But yes, Kasturba Gandhi stamp on the opposite, and we have the case that was decided on 30th March 2016, which is about Pushpanjali Radhe, the CPIO, or the Central Public Information Officer of Indian Overseas Bank. So this is also about the sexual harassment that was committed and the redressal that was given, and the execution or the implementation hardships that was faced by the complainant. Oh, Neeraja Banot. This is a very typical case of flight attendant of the fateful flight, flight number 73 in 1986, when it was hijacked and it was taken to Karachi by the terrorist. She fought with the terrorist and tried to save the passengers and died in the process. So she was given Ashok Chakra. So good that we are going to remember her on this day, so that, even losing your life doesn't matter when it comes to actually showing who you are. The bravery and the valor of this person always inspires me. So when the opposite is the judgment of Justice K.S. Puttaswamy and another with versus Union of India and others. This is about the right of privacy as opposed to the right for the government to take the data. Particularly, this was a case on Aadhaar card and the way the UDAI is going to treat the data that is being collected from the public, is going to deposit to them or submit to them, or they are going to generate in the process of giving Aadhaar card, and how they are going to use it and where they are going to share this database. So all of this is very important, because this gave the significant leverage that privacy is as equal as the right of the government to have the data, or as equal as the public interest or the national interest, as we talk. So now we are looking at the next one, Navjeet Singh Johar versus Union of India. This is very, very important case. This is the one where Dr. Matiha was talking about the LGBTQ community getting some justice. Yes, this was the case which overturned the High Court judgment also, and it gave the finality that 377 will not have consensual sex between same sex anymore as a crime. It will not be criminalized. It was decriminalized. But yes, the other aspect is still stated as a crime, where we are talking about non-consensual sex and sex with animals or bestiality, what we call. That is still an unnatural sex. That aspects are upheld, but only the aspect where it comes to a consensual sex between same homosexuals or LGBTQ community. So this was decriminalized by the Honorable Supreme Court. So you can actually read the entire judgment, well written with a lot of quotes from historical times. Sometimes judges do write sort of a piece of a novel instead of a judgment. You should go ahead and read these judgments and make yourself. Deepak Mishra sir is my favorite when it comes to writing very good judgments. You can go and read them in the public domain. And NAS Foundation, yes, it was before that, where it was, yes. And Muralidhar sir, he was supposed to be my co-guide for my master's, and he became a judge. And then he said, Banu, look for someone else. But yes, very good judge from a science background, always with the scientific attitude in mind. He always does a analysis, 105-page judgment you have on NAS Foundation and Government of NCT. I'm not going to go through, but it is also about LGBTQ community and the gender equation and the justice that has to be imparted not only by the government on paper, but also in spirit by the society, by incorporating various methods, including educational awareness and other aspects. So please go through this judgment also. And this is the National Legal Services Authority versus Union of India. Very good judgment again on LGBTQ community. So here you find mention of the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871 that was passed under the British regime, actually considering the LGBTQ community as thieves or criminals, assuming them. It is like a legal presumption that they are all criminals unless they prove otherwise, which is actually going against the general legal principle that you are innocent unless you are proved guilty. This Criminal Tribes Act actually gave a provision which actually assumed every LGBTQ community person placed them under suspicion that they will be criminals unless they are going to prove that they are not. So this was the act that was mentioned in this, and then the judge said that such acts have actually deteriorated the social status of marginalized communities, including LGBTQ, and probably we have to actually come out of this narrow vision and this sort of an enthralled attitude in the society, and then take them and bring them in an inclusive manner and give them necessary quota and reservation so that they can come up and prove themselves in a society, emphasizing that every state in this country will give a third gender classification and make even provisions in the restrooms for the third gender. It's going to happen probably in the future, we hope. But yes, the judge was very progressive in stating that everywhere third gender will be recognized in their own capacity, not as a male or female, which they probably always identify themselves in an ambiguous manner. Okay, let us think of other cases or other statutes also which cover the rights of women or the fairer sex, including laws against rape. Others do not concern about sexual harassment, but there are other laws also which try to bring in the gender equation, to a level where optimally both of them can enjoy the life and liberty in the society in an probably hindered manner. Divorce acts, widow remarriage, right to adopt as a single mother, and right to inheritance as a female heir to proper ancestral properties, etc. So these are the laws which are of very importance. Probably we might have to place in our minds when we are talking about equality and equity that is possible in our society. The final slide, I here want to conclude that if you are aiming at 50-50 planet by 2030, we have to step up our initiatives. We have to be probably accelerating our implementation criteria to bring the needed gender equality. Jai Hind, Namaskar. If you have any points to discuss or anything to ask me, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Banushree ma'am, for a wonderful and insightful lecture on the reality of Indian Penal Code, gender equality, and important case studies and its judgments. The session is open for questions, and we can see a few questions in the chat box. And I'm going to ma'am. First question is, has the Me Too movement in the West had an appreciable impact in India?
Was it a question I did not hear? You might have to repeat a little louder.
Yes. Has the Me Too movement in the West had an appreciable impact in India?
See, the Me Too movement actually brought to the fore many persons who alleged to have committed, but the process did not prove they committed it, number one. And it actually became a Me Too movement where everyone wanted to share that there was an occasion in my life which happened. But people did not come forth when they were actually formally called before a committee to make their statements and to bring out evidences in this regard. So this became a movement where people actually became aware about the rights and that they can speak out without hesitation. So that was the, I would say that the bright side of the Me Too movement, where people said that any female, where whatever time they would have faced this harassment, can actually come and say that it happened to me and I have come out of it. Or probably I was, at that time I was not allowed to speak out. Now at least I can speak my mind out, and psychologically I can vent out these emotions towards mental well-being. So I think that did the job there, but legally I didn't see many cases ending up because of the Me Too movement.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Next question is, for example, a person of institution filed a sexual harassment case to the ICC of the institution, but the institution did not take proper action or only just address the victim, and the full justice was not served. What can we do in that case?
The appeal mechanism that has been provided for ICC is LCC. The person who is aggrieved by ICC not being, not following the principles of natural justice, like this person clearly state that the complainant was heard, but the respondent was not. That means there was not an opportunity of hearing or probably examination of witnesses that should have happened under the principles of natural justice. Definitely there is an appeal scope. The person should go to the LCC with a proper complaint on this.
Next question is, how should a male react when he faces false allegations of harassment?
I have actually assisted males who have been facing sexual harassment, particularly in academic scenario. And many of them, you say that, it was just a comment to get the work done. Nothing more than that, probably that's why I want to say clearly, yes, there is remedy available for male also by proper representation before the committee, that there are things are not the way that are being projected here. But be careful. That is the one thing I have to say to all male members, because it is not the intent, it is the impact. When subjectively the victim feels she has undergone sexual harassment, the committee is going to listen. So it is against the crime against women cell that is getting opened up everywhere. You just have to go on, cry your heart out. People are there to listen. And opposite party will also get threatened that aapko aise nahi karna chahiye. You should not have done like that. So these things probably, are, I would say, very tough for a male respondent to actually represent himself when it comes, and when the allegations are false. Please note that, how to prove that he was not guilty. Yes, I have assisted such people, but I would say that there are at least threefold precautions any person should take when you are going to interact with a female subordinate or a colleague. Make sure that another female or probably another person, another female mostly, is present around, so that you can interact with them in an unhindered manner. Number one. Number two, if you think that there is going to be a trouble, you sit in a public place and you can go ahead with your interactions where you see people around. And number three, you please limit your interaction when you see point of controversy or probably an emotional note that is getting hit high during the conversation. Please withdraw. Please move away from that place. Probably you just make a statement that, okay, let us talk again. Let us take it again after tomorrow or probably day after. So give a time period instead of actually reacting. And I don't know, it's not a sexist remark, but females, if they are emotionally reactive or to your comment, that means, you should not also ignore them. So sometimes it is just for want of attention that, for females, I can say frankly that there are menstrual cycles. You call them as premenstrual syndromes. You call them as, fertile day syndromes, or whatever you want to call it. There is going to be hormonal dances. So if you're in a workplace where there are more than one female colleague, you can always expect sparks. So be careful in your workplace when you have females, so that, the work environment is very professional. You don't indulge in personal remarks or family statements, mother-in-law, sister-in-law. So these are things will be there. Probably two women can gossip amongst, but it should not become an office talk where everyone wants to share their personal feelings in the manner. So there should be always a threshold within which a professional environment should be there. All of them are going to talk about office work. So that is probably a preventive aspect which should keep in mind.
question is from Ms. Bharati. What are the proofs or documents needed to be submitted in the case? She's not specific of what case. Okay, let's move on to the next question. One of the unspoken thing in our society is the male harassment. Is there any law to protect men from harassments?
Oh, yes, definitely they are there. You will have penal provisions. You also have civil remedies for under tort, where probably there were certain wrongs committed. See, one basic principle in law is where there is a damage, there is always a remedy. So you need not be a lawyer. You should not know. You need not know all the sections and the codes and the statutes. But definitely, where you feel that there was an injustice committed, there is always a remedy which is present in any of the legal frameworks. So even if it is not there, just approach the court with anything. Probably they will give a direction that you should actually pursue the proper remedy in this manner. That don't hesitate, even if you are a male and you have actually been harassed at workplace. There are probably grievance redressal mechanisms set up in PSUs and other government setups, irrespective of whether you are a male or a female. So you can go ahead and pursue your grievance there, or probably even to the state government grievance redressal portals, which allow submission of complaints. You can do that. But if you want anonymous sort of treatment, you can take it at organizational level first.
Any other question, participants? Please post it in the chat box. Ma'am, you are muted. Ma'am, you are muted.
Ma'am, please unmute your mic, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry, I was stating that if there are more questions, they can be directed to Kalai or Swati, who can redirect it to us so that we can take care of it. I want to give way to the next speaker, who is actually waiting probably. I don't want to waste the time. So if I am permitted, I will actually say thank you again and say namaskar, Jai Hind to all the participants. Go ahead. Best wishes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Bhanushri, advocate, for your interesting speech. And it was wonderful pleasure having you, ma'am. Over to the next session.
All right. Our second talk was obviously laden with information that would guide us during helpless times. I am seriously astonished at the collection of stamps Dr. Bhanushri displayed in the background that have a lot of implications. Your talk would definitely drive us to think on our feet and when called upon and tackle issues in a smarter way. Thank you very much, ma'am. And I thank Ms. Kalapriya for channeling the previous session. It is time for our final talk on how to promote yourself as a young researcher. And I encourage all researchers and young academicians to keep your ears to the ground and take in as much as you can. And now I would like to invite Mr. Libert Sam Bilgates, Secretary of NITT SPY Student Chapter, to take over this session and introduce the speaker. Over to you, Libert.
Yes, thank you, Swati. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. Welcome to the final session of our diversity and inclusion talk. We have Dr. Deepak Jain in our midst for the final talk. So I am very honored to introduce him for this talk. Dr. Deepak Jain is currently working as a research fellow and a lecturer in School of Physics, University of Sydney. He has obtained his master degree in laser technology from IIT Kanpur, and he has obtained his PhD in optoelectronics from University of Southampton, UK, and he has a honor of presenting his PhD work at the House of Commons in UK Parliament. He has been awarded the most prestigious Hans Christian Ørsted co-founded Marie Curie, the postdoc fellowship from European Commission. So for your information, that only 18 out of 220 candidates from 46 countries has been selected for this postdoc fellowship. So it is a privilege to have Dr. Deepak Jain in our midst. And he is also a senior member and group leader of fiber optic modeling group in the OSA Society. And he has a well experience in giving the career development talks and motivational talks. So in diversity and inclusion, he will be talking about the importance of photonics in the development of humankind, and followed by various opportunities and fellowships and startup accelerators by taking innovations from laboratory to the market. So now over to you, sir.
Thank you, Labert, for the kind introduction. I'm very thankful to the NIT Teshi's OSA student chapter for giving me this opportunity. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm Deepak Jain. I'm the OSA Ambassador year 2020. That's why I am here. The OSA Ambassadors are the early career researchers, and their job is to visit different student chapters and share their experience. So in today's talk, I will be talking about my experience as a young researcher. So this talk is going to be mostly useful for the students here, undergraduate students, masters, PhDs, and the postdocs. And at the moment, I am at University of Sydney, and in a few months, I will be joining IIT Bombay as an assistant professor in electrical engineering department. So this is the outline of my talk. First, I will talk about why optics and photonics, and what's the future of optics and photonics, and why it is so important to pursue this at the moment. Some of the contribution in the optics and photonics researchers that have been done towards the mankind, some good examples, some education pathway for the researchers, tools that you must learn during your studies, and what makes a good researcher, the in-general qualities. I will talk about some scholarships and the fellowships that are worth applying, participations in the congresses and the conferences, that is why it is important and how you should do that, and how should you prepare yourself for the conferences. I will also talk about writing research proposals, because that is very, very important if you are aiming for a career in academia, and if you're also aiming for a career in entrepreneurship, because you need to raise funds, and that is very, very, very important. Also, I will talk about taking your innovation, your research work from lab to the market, and some early career grants, startup accelerator program, etc. Okay, so optics and photonics is very important. We know about optics from last few centuries. A lot of work has been going on in the optics, and optics is more about the fundamental understanding of the light, lenses, and different materials, how light propagates. And photonics is more about applied optics. It's more about application of the optics and using it for different devices, systems. One of the best example would be data communication. That is why we can communicate despite ongoing pandemic. So we know all about optical fibers, light passing through that and running at a very high speed. So other applications would be in spectroscopy, imaging, defense, and our laboratories in our universities and all that. So we all know it's a great thing. And last century was about electronics. we know that electronics has revolutionized everything. We have all these gadgets and devices because of semiconductors. But the coming century is going to be about photonics. And we know that there's a saturation because of the speed of the electrons in the semiconductor. So if you want to move to a faster speed, we need to go to the photons. And moreover, it's also about the energy constraint, because processing a electron bit in electronics, microelectronics consumes like picojoule per bit. On the contrary, if you do it in the photons, it will be femtojoule per bit. And the future is about quantum computer that will require photonics that need to run at a very, very fast speed, and the photonics can meet the demand of that. Also about artificial intelligence, there's a lot of discussion ongoing on artificial intelligence, and the artificial intelligence need very fast moving hardware. So, and only photonics can fulfill that. So photonics is the future, and it's the very, very right time to study about the photonics. Now I will talk about some of the examples which about the groundbreaking research in the photonics, and which has made considerable, or I would say dramatic impact in the society. One of them would be the blue light emitting diode. The Nobel Prize was awarded in 2014 to these three gentlemen, Isamu Kashi, Hiroshi Amano, and Suji Nakamura. And why they were awarded the Nobel Prize? Because they invented a light emitting diode which emits in the blue, which was based on gallium nitride, and whole of the world was trying to generate the blue light. Actually, before that, inventors had the red LED and the green LED, but there was no blue LED, because if you mix these three of them, you can generate the white light. And there was a lot of work going on, and these three gentlemen played a crucial role in growing a pure gallium nitride to generate the blue light. And why Nobel Prize was awarded? So if in order to understand that, if you see this curve below, you can see that in the past time we have used oil lamps in different configuration. And if you see the efficiency was 0.1 luminescence per watt. And for light bulb, which was invented by Thomas Alva Edison, 16 luminescence per watt. In light bulb, we have light, plus we do have heat. So a lot of energy is being wasted in producing heat, unwanted heat. And if we talk about fluorescent bulbs, so the tubes, it generates 70 luminescence per watt. But if you see light emitting diodes, they can generate up to 300 luminescence per watt. So that's why the Nobel Prize was awarded. And according to estimate, like 20% of the world's today's electricity is being used for lighting. And if we replace all the light sources like bulbs and fluorescent tube with LEDs, it can reduce up to 4%. So that's the dramatic impact you can see of the blue light emitting diode on the world. And now imagine in a remote country where there's no electricity, and if a student have these lamps which with solar cells, so that they can they can charge it during the daytime, and they can use these lamps in the night to study and all. And we have also noticed the LEDs in automobile sector, in our television setups, and almost everywhere. So research, but doesn't stop. So LED is not the end of the world. People are now working over different devices so that they can have more efficiency. One of the example you can see on your screen here, a research group at MIT is trying to use the same filament which was used by Thomas Alva Edison. But here what they are trying to do is like use the heating part, the infrared light coming out of the filament, and bring out some visible light out of that. So absorb that infrared light and then try to emit the visible light using metamaterials. And here they claim the efficiency can be much higher than the LEDs, but let's see when it will be materialized. And one of the example of innovation in photonics is the Wi-Fi. We all use Wi-Fi at our home to connect with the internet. And Wi-Fi used basically, Wi-Fi is basically wireless communication technology and transmit data through air. But here in the Wi-Fi, rather than radio waves, which we use in the Wi-Fi, here we use the light waves. So we modulate the light, impose the information on the light, and then it transmits through the air, and then we receive it. So the advantage of Li-Fi or Wi-Fi is that there's no electromagnetic interference as it happens in the Wi-Fi cases. So the noise is very limited here, and it's harder to intercept than the radio waves. So it's more encryption can be there. LEDs are cheap and safe. But now the next idea is to use lasers in place of light emitting diodes. They can be much and much faster. So Li-Fi is supposed to be much and much faster at Wi-Fi, and people are nowadays, it is being used. And recently a new startup came based on the Wi-Fi from an Indian guy. His name is also Deepak, and Professor Harald has at University of Edinburgh, UK. Basically, he was the first one to invent this technology of the Li-Fi. But now it is being used and materialized. So you can see from here that a lab work which was done at University of Edinburgh is being now commercialized. So another example that I would like to give, that it's not from optics and photonics, but very important, the wireless transmission of the electricity. Here you can see Professor Marin Solovich group at MIT, what they did, like they have a transmitter here, which transmits the electricity, and here is the receiver, and the bulb is there, and bulb is glowing. There's no connection between this transmitter and the transceiver. So this is the wireless transmission of electricity, like we have Wi-Fi, and it is known as the White-tricity. And this was the idea they got in their lab in 2007, and paper was published. Of course, they patented it. They filed the provisional patent before publishing it. And now White-tricity is a company, White-tricity Corporation. It has many applications. Now we know that the future is about electric vehicles. So if you want to charge your car, you place it at a place and where you have these wireless electricity is available, then you can charge it. So similarly, like you can charge your phone without directly having these wires and all that. So, and there are many critical applications like charging the pacemaker if it is inside the body. So this is how innovation can help the mankind. One of my example of innovation, translation of innovation from lab to work is of Norplis. I was part of this company. Actually, I was one of the co-founder at Technical University of Denmark when I was doing my postdoc there. So you can see this was the amplifier I constructed myself, and this was finally converted into a prototype. And it was started by 3 research fellows, including me and 1 professor. And we raised some of it around 500,000 Danish kroner as a soft money. And it's a running company at the moment. So before I go into the much detail of the proposal writing and many other things, so if I talk about the education pathway for optics and photonics, not many universities offer master's degree in optics and photonics because it's somewhere between physics and electrical engineering. Or if I talk about IITs, or otherwise it is physics and between electronics. So not many universities or department have a proper department of photonics, but trust my words that within coming decades, maybe after 10 years or 20 years, there will be proper department of photonics. In Western world, there are a few universities where they already have this proper department of photonics, and Technical University of Denmark, they have a department of photonics of engineering. But at the moment, if you're interested, you can do an undergraduate degree, normal BSc physics, or a BTech electronics, or BTech in engineering physics. Afterwards, you can take courses relevant to the photonics and optics, and you can do master's program. There are a few universities which are offering MTech in laser technology or MTech in photonics and all that. Otherwise, you can do an MTech in electronics, optoelectronics. And afterwards, PhD, you can do anything because PhD is more about your thesis. And you can, of course, do postdoc, and you can go to the Western world. So if you want to follow an academic path, you need to, of course, do all these 3 degrees, and then maybe 2, because sometimes people do just PhD after undergraduate. And that is also a good way to save your 2 years for your master's. And you need to do some postdoc work, and then you join at a university. Normally, people think that if you are at a university, you teach, but that's not the true. There are basically 4 things that a professor is supposed to do. First, you teach, of course, that is the translation of knowledge. Second is the creation of new knowledge. You do research in your lab, you have students with you, master students, PhD students, postdocs, those who work with you, and you generate new knowledge and you publish it. And also the entrepreneurship. You can spin out your work. If you feel like this is something you have found in your lab, which is very good, which is worth of commercializing, can produce job, so you can commercialize that. And there are ways of doing that. I will talk about them later on. And you can also provide license to the various ongoing companies so that they can use your invention. And you can also have new companies spinning out. And sometimes those who work with the technology in the lab, like postdocs and all that, they continue with that company later on. So these are the ways. But if you want to, you don't want to be an academic part, you can just come out at any stage after undergraduate, master's, or PhD, and you can move to industry. In India, we don't have many photonics-based industry at the moment, but things are getting better. And and it's a good time to have a startup because government is pushing up for startups, and we do have different schemes like Atal Incubation, Stand Up India, and all that. So you can do your own startup, and because there's a lot of consumption, and we completely rely on the Western countries for supplying all these lasers and other photonics devices. So And of course, you can do job, you can go abroad, get some experience and come back to the country. Some of the tools that you must learn these days is the MATLAB. That is very standard tool that allows you to do programming. And believe me, you will always need it, whatever you are doing. COMSOL multiphysics, it is getting better and better day by. It's a finite element method based software which can almost solve anything. GMX is also very, very important if you are into optics, optical systems. And let me tell you one thing, if you're looking for jobs, for example, for an IT job, normally in the job description, you will find that people ask for, you must know C, C++, Java, this and that. But if you're looking for the jobs in optics and photonics, nowadays there are standards, like people will ask you having proficiency in GMAX and COMSOL multiphysics. So these are becoming standards. So it's worth learning these softwares. Synopsys is also there. It has many other sub softwares in it, and Cadence mostly for your IC1 and mostly into the electronics thing, VLSI, and same is with GenX. So there can be a lot more, but for optics and photonics, GMX and COMSOL multiphysics are the top choices. And now, if I talk about in general, like what makes a good scientist and a good engineer? So what I've learned from my experience, like curious, ask questions. It doesn't cost you the money. I can recall that I have attended a couple of conferences where I had the opportunity to meet with the Nobel laureates, and I asked them, what's the secret to win the Nobel Prize? They said, just ask the questions. And throughout my journey, I have met different professors, and whom I have liked more, I found that they were very curious. They were asking questions. Even being a professor, they were asking questions during presentations and all that. And this also helps in a way, like it helps you to create the network. Suppose after a particular talk, you are asking a good question to the speaker. Speaker will remember you. If you are giving him hard time, not knowingly, but if you're giving him or her the hard time, then he or she will remember you. Okay, this guy asked me that particular question. So this is also the way to make networks. So ask questions. And if you go to a conference, not just after the talk or the session, you can also ask questions whenever you meet during networking session, during lunch, and wherever you find that person. And be optimistic. Second thing, see, when I started my PhD, I was working over a particular idea. I thought it's going to work, but believe me, it didn't work. But I worked hard, and at the end, something was there which was working. So in research, if you think that way, oh, this makes sense. And when you do things in the lab or when you run numerical simulation, it may not work. But don't get frustrated. This happens with everyone. Even if you have seen the movie, The Man Who Knew the Value of Infinity, which is based on Sir Srinivasa Ramanujan, he was also getting frustrated during that time, right? So be optimistic. That's the very key if you want to be a good engineer and scientist. And this will help you in your personal life as well. Third important point is the avid reader. Read. If you read, that will broaden your horizon. That will make you a big visionary. Because see, our knowledge is limited. We learn from our surroundings, what we read, what we do, and all that. And if we have to widen that, we need to read more. So I normally recommend that read 2 papers every day before sleeping. During my search on every day, what I do, I have a folder, I save whatever important papers I find or anything anywhere. So I just save them, because if I'm doing something and I don't have the time to read at that time, but whenever I am free, I will check that folder. Okay, what is pending there? I will read that. And if you read 2 papers before sleeping, it will give you good sleep as well. And reading will make you more knowledgeable, and that will also increase your innovation. Because see, suppose there is a problem. If you're not even aware of that, you can't solve it. But if you know, if you read a paper and someone is working over that technology or that problem, you will see, oh, they have done this. Then you can come up with a different approach. And that can be an eureka moment for you. So read, that is very, very important. And don't think that people come up with, like, all of them are like gifted or they know everything and all that. No, people learn this way only. Develop great writing skills. That is very, very important, because if you are looking for a career in the academics or as an entrepreneur, you need to raise funds. And for that, you need to do a written application. And if you have great writing skills, you can convince the reviewer or the funding agency that you are really good. And ultimately, they're not going to speak to you. There are sometimes interviews after first or 2 rounds, but that will happen only if you have a good written application. So you need to develop the writing skills, which are very, very important to write convincing and compelling proposals. Okay, apply for the scholarships and the fellowships. These are very, very important. Even like if you have a small fellowship, that's fine. But I would encourage you to apply. Even if your supervisor says that I have enough money for your travel arrangement if you're going to a conference, I will advise if there is a travel grant available, open call is there, apply for that. Why? Normally there's this saying like if you put a figure in answering a question or in your presentation, that is really important, that is worth of 100 words or 1,000 words. Similarly, having a fellowship or a scholarship on your CV is worth of maybe 5 paper or 6 paper or something like that. So apply. And general thumb of rule for fellowships is that like more you apply, more your chances of getting a one fellowship is there. And if you don't get anything, you will learn like how to write it. And when you write fellowships, you get new ideas and you can pursue them for your research. So as I've already talked about this, that it is very important. It's worth of 10 publication. For example, if I have to hire someone for a postdoc position or for any other position, if one candidate is there having 10 publications, one candidate is there having 5 publications, but with one fellowship, it's very likely I will hire that fellow because it shows the independence that you are visionary. You can write your own ideas. You're not just following someone. And believe me, because for your PhD, this is just sort of a training. Ultimately, you're supposed to be that you will lead your life on your own. Participations in the Congress, the conferences is very, very important. Here you present your work, you get basically the place to promote your work. And also you meet new colleagues, you learn from other colleagues, you get their comments on your work, you have discussions with them. And it's a very nice place to build collaborations. And collaborations are very, very important these days because problems are interdisciplinary in general, in nature. But in order to completely solve them, you need a team of experts of different domains. So I will talk about how to build collaborations, and I will give you a real example of that. And conferences, these days are good place to find jobs. There are professors looking for good PhD students, good postdocs, and most of these conferences, especially OSA conferences, they do have exhibitions where there are company representatives looking for the candidates. So whenever you see an opportunity, go and attend a conference. And let me tell you one more thing. These days, these conferences are virtual and the registration fees is very limited. And there are ways to find out scholarship to fund somehow for these registration fees. So at least till, because suppose if things are normal and if you, for some reason you can't travel because of the health reason, because of the family reason, then you may not be able to attend. But till the time this pandemic is going on and the things are virtual, attend as much as possible. And you can also learn about the new technical products which are coming into the market from exhibitions. Most of these conferences do have exhibitions, OSA one especially. And attend several other networking and social events because OSA conferences has lots of networking and social events. That's a wonderful way to basically meet other colleagues and build a strong collaboration. So I would like to give you an example of like what I have learned from these conferences. You can see a picture here with Professor Donna Strickland. We already saw this picture from Professor Kalai's presentation this morning. So I had a chance to meet her in Lindau meeting in 2019. Lindau is in Germany, and there's a conference known as the Lindau Nobel Laureate meeting. So where they invite only the Nobel laureates to speak, and the young scientists before the age of 35 can attend this conference. And the selection is through central agency in the country. I think in India it's DST. So whenever there is a notification, try to apply for this one. And it's mostly free. Some part will be funded by Lindau committee and some part will be funded by your central agency in your country. So I think it's really worth attending, and please do apply whenever you are eligible or you do see the opportunity. So here I met the Professor Donna Strickland. She also works in my field, like in the lasers. So I asked her, Madam, can I visit you for a short time for your group and all that? So I will let you know what happened afterwards. And this is the picture on the right side in the Global Young Science Summit 2015. This is a conference which happens at NTU, Singapore, and they invite Nobel laureates plus Millennium Technology Prize winner plus Fields Medal. Fields Medal is given, I think, in mathematics every 4 years. So That is also again a good opportunity. They fund nearly 50% of what, like your accommodation and all that. Rest can be funded by your university. So I learned a lot from these conferences. But before you go to any conference, see, they are expensive, right? Traveling, visa, staying in a good hotel, and all that. So you need to do some good hard work so that you can make maximum out of that. First of all, I sometimes notice that people are going to attend a conference for 4 days. So whenever they have their own talk, they just attend that. Rest 2 days they don't attend. They go for the sightseeing, but never do that. Please attend for whole 4 or 5 days. Afterwards, you can go for the sightseeing. And conference program is usually available online beforehand. So you can download that. What are the interesting talks that you must attend? Who are the people coming there? Whom with you should interact? You can plan basically lunch meetings or dinner meeting with them if you feel like you need to speak to them. And maybe suppose if they don't reply, it's okay. You just, as I said, like there's no harm in asking. Just reach everyone whom you think you must connect with, right? And try to attend as many as even. I know it's usually hectic. It starts with 8:30 in the morning and goes up to 5, 6, even 7. But no worries. For 2, 3 days, 4 days, you can manage. Ask questions, as I said, it is very, very important. And if suppose you are going to San Francisco or wherever, like in Florida or in the UK or wherever for conference, so think if it is possible to visit nearby universities. If there's some work going on in your area, if you can go and talk about your work. So I normally say, always be ready to speak about your work. That is very, very important. You should not say, oh, I need to prepare the presentation. I'm not in a state to talk. So if you're really working hard, if it is really your work, then you should be always ready to speak about your work at any time. And as I said, shortly, the researcher and the participants you want to meet, you can fix meetings with them, plan additional talks in the surroundings. That will be good. And go through the abstracts, plan questions, ask as many as questions, and meet with whom you think you want to work with in future. So this way you can make maximum out of the conferences. Okay, now let me give you the real example. So I asked Professor Donna Strickland, ma'am, may I work with you? Can I visit University of Waterloo for a while? So she said, okay, why not? And she issued me the letter. And although I couldn't go because of the pandemic and all that, but maybe in future I will go there. And second example here, you can see on the right-hand side. So I was working at DTU, and during this conference in Clio in San Jose, I had a chance to meet with Professor Shangu Yu, who is at Nanyang Technological University, and they also work in my field, optical fiber. So we were just discussing, and we found that, okay, can I use your fiber? We have expertise in our lab to create a new device out of this. And we established the collaboration, and the paper is there. So we could publish 2 papers out of this collaboration. And I have a very good relationship with now Professor Shangu Yu. Though I have left the DTU, but still Professor Shangu Yu and Professor Ole Bang are working together. So this is the way to utilize the conferences. So you can do collaborations, and maybe sometimes people may not reply to you if you write, but it's okay. If you write to 100 people, 5 will be happy to collaborate with you, right? And those who can't, it doesn't mean that they are arrogant or rude. Maybe they don't have the time, or they're too busy or something like that. So don't feel bad, but approach people if you think they can be helpful. So there's no harm in asking questions. So in Denmark, I learned this thing, there's no harm in asking. So do that. And it happens with everyone, just like, right? So even I remember, like when my former supervisor used to write to different people for a collaboration, doing a joint application for a proposal, people used to say no sometimes. No, I'm already busy or occupied. So it's perfectly fine. So if you are approaching someone with a reasonable proposal, with the right thing, there's no harm in asking. And if you can't visit due to whatever reason, connect with the emails. That is also okay these days. Use Zoom or these platforms. They're perfectly fine, and we are getting used to them. And so I finish a lot of job over these Zooms, connecting with the people. And I would like to give an example. Recently, I have established a small company out of my work at Sydney Uni. So this is me and one of my colleagues, and these are the 2 guys. These are the big names in optical fiber technology. Dr. Peter Schultz, during his postdoc, invented the low loss optical fiber. And that is why we are able to connect today. And he was awarded the US National Medal of Technology. This is the highest award in US for technical development from President Clinton. I don't know him personally. I have never met him physically. I thought, why shouldn't I write him? I wrote to him. explain the things that I'm establishing a company. This is what I have done. Would you like to be on our business advisory board? So he has been president and CTO of a Helios. It's a German company. It's a very big company of a class one. Fiber are made of glass. So it's so great to have him on the business advisory board. Like, this brings genuineness to the company. Okay, yes, he's working with these kind of people, so he must be good, right? And second name you see here, Dr. Simon Poole. AO is equivalent to like Padam Shri or Padam, something like that, highest civilian honor in the first four. I think this is the fourth one or third one. So he is also a great guy in Australia. I haven't met him physically, never. So now what happened that after filing the provisional patent on the invention I made last year, we approached the university for some fund. They gave us 63,000 Australian dollar. So I participated in this SPY entrepreneurship program, like this OSA and SPY, both are the big society of optics and photonics in world. So they have this entrepreneurship program. If you have invented something new, you come and present all these things. So he helped me a lot, like during the pitch talk, gave the feedback over my application. We got 52 marks out of 60, right? So that was really good. And we have reached up to the semi-final, despite being just a 6-month-old company. So this is the way, like, but it doesn't mean that I wrote to him, except I wrote to many people. I wrote to 2 more Nobel laureates who didn't reply at all. So don't worry about that. So just approach. If you have the quality in your proposal, you will be successful. People will help you. Now I will talk about the research proposals. These are very, very important. If you are a PhD student finishing up, you are interested in writing a proposal for your postdoc application or any other application. Like I said, the funding agencies are there to fund your idea initially, to give you some soft funding. So you can write proposals. But remember, funding agencies are looking for the emerging leaders in the field. So through your proposal, they must learn that you are a leader. You must sound like a leader. Don't diverge too much from your current research topics. This is my general advice. Normally, it is good to have diversity. We spoke about diversity in the profile, but what happens, like, see, there's a huge competition. For example, there are 20 fellowship, and 50 are so good. This is just a lottery after 50. Maybe 50 or first 100 are so good that it's very hard to choose top 20, and sometimes it is just a lottery basically. So what happens, like, if you are too different from what you have done in the past, and if you're proposing something really different, then one might say, oh, we are not sure whether he or she will be able to complete this one. So better to give someone those already have a track record of working in that particular area. Right, so this is unfortunately has become a trend. I would like to give an example. Right now, I'm University of Sydney fellow. I thought of changing my field a little bit from optical fibers to the optical waveguide. And I wrote my proposal with a very high profile professor in University of Sydney. It was rejected. It was not even in top 50%. And the next year, with very half-hearted, I applied in my field with another professor, and it was accepted, right? And they selected only 10 people across the globe. So, and the only difference was that the proposal was in my area at the time. So don't diverge. Little bit you can do, and if you're really adamant that you want to switch to the field, there are ways to do that. Like, you publish few papers in that field and show that I already have a track record. I'll give you an example. Like, one of my former supervisor moved more into the optical coherence tomography, like in the biomedical, from his current activities in the photonics. But before doing that, he taught one course at the university. He published few papers in that area theoretically only, just to show the base. Okay, we are moving and we have already done some work. Make sure you involve students at the host institute. For example, if you're writing a proposal for Humboldt Fellowship or a Marie Curie Fellowship, if you're going abroad, then make sure that you are going to involve the young students at the host institute. Like, you will be floating mini projects and to involve master students or undergraduate students. This is very, very important, and also the PhD students, if you can involve. Talk about the mitigation strategies, part B. For most of my proposals, like, I was not aware that I should talk about mitigation strategies. What will happen if whatever you're proposing fails? So there was an exclusive comment that candidate has not discussed the mitigation strategies. So please do that. Collaborations, traveling, and networking are again very, very important in your proposal. Suppose you are asking for $50,000 over a 3-year period as a research cost. In Marie Curie Fellowship, you can ask for 800 euro per month. So you just involve, I will be doing collaborations, and industrial collaborations are very, very important these days. And traveling, I will be attending conferences and networking. That is very, very important to talk about in your proposal. So it should be easy to read for most very important thing. See, sometimes what happens, there is a committee which is a sort of general panel. They may not be the expert. They will be very smart people, but not the expert in your area. So they read it. That is round one, and then it goes to the round two where that will be peer reviewed by your experts in your field. So it should be easy to read and engaging, especially the first few pages, so that a non-expert reviewer can read it. I remember like one of the very prominent professor in Australia told me that imagine an astrophysicist reading your proposal on a very bad day while coming home from office in a train, and he has 20 minutes to read it on a very rainy day or any bad day. So because it's, remember, the reviewing is a voluntary task. They don't get any money out of that. So it's your job to make them read. Okay. So that is very important. Justify your skill set. Justify your skill set, what you have done so far, that you need to ensure that you are the best person to lead the proposed project. Like after reading that, I should, oh wow, this candidate has everything in order to complete this project, right? List few collaborators. This is extremely important. Try to utilize the equipment already funded by same agency. Suppose if you must be knowing, like you must, that will give the reviewer the confidence that you're aware what we have already funded at this institute, whether there are some ongoing projects which have some alignment with your work. So this way you can convince them, okay, I'm working with this particular professor at this host institute, and they already have these equipments which are very useful for my work. So something like that. So that is very important. And if you approach to the research office of a particular university, they might have the previous year's application on display with the permission of the authors, of course, and you can have the opportunity to look at them just to have an idea like how the previous year winners have written. And you can also approach the previous year winner. They will be sometime happy to share their proposal with you. And moreover, web presence is very important these days, because if a proposal is there, people normally do Google search. They would like to see what you have done rather than reading the old CV. LinkedIn is very, very important these days, especially if you are thinking of moving to the industry. So make community aware of your work. And it's also very important for citations. If you are publishing and if people are not aware of your work, then how they will cite it? So you need to make sure that you are promoting your work very well through social media, through LinkedIn, through this ResearchGate website is there. There are many other portals. You should have a Google Scholar profile. And if you are delivering talks and if you think you have delivered a very good talk or a lecture, put them over YouTube. Make use of that. There's no harm in that. OSA student chapter are the great place to learn, to get connected with OSA. There are others as well, like SPIES also there. So OSA is doing a lot to help you. There are, if you're an OSA member and also part of OSA student chapter, you can avail many conferences at a very reduced price, like $10 or $20. And they do organize many events. I will talk about one of that later on. And as I said, OSA ambassadorship, if you are about to finish your PhD, you can apply for OSA ambassadorship. That gives you a year where you visit different student chapters in person. I was supposed to visit in person, but because of the ongoing pandemic, this event is being, all this what I've been doing through this virtual ways. So that is very important. And OSA do have its portal for job, optics.org, where you can find different jobs as well. And nowadays, there are so many webinars and seminars by OSA, which you can attend if you are a member for free. Some early career grants, which are very, very important and you must apply for if you are about to graduate and looking for a postdoc position. Newton Fellowship in UK, Humboldt Fellowship in Germany. This is a bit easier to crack compared to Marie Curie one. And the good thing with Humboldt Fellowship is that, and you can apply in any area, humanities, arts, commerce, and sciences. And the good thing with that, there is no hard deadline, like every 3 months you can apply. So, and they do give some money to learn German, basically, if you, and Marie Curie Fellowship is always there, you can apply for. I will advise normally to apply for Marie Curie Fellowship after having a 1 year of postdoc experience. So DECRA is there from Australian Research Council, very prestigious, very difficult to crack, 10% success rate is there. and it is for 3 years, and they do give a lot of money for research cost. And once you get a DECRA, universities in Sydney do give you additional support. The one upcoming fellowship at NTU Presidential Fellowship is very, very good. It's for 2 years, but they give nearly $100,000 for research cost. That is very important. So you must apply for that. And NTU is a highly ranked university, like always in top 20, and in among young universities, the top one, I think. And in Denmark, there's a Carlsberg Foundation. They have a postdoc fellowship if you want to apply. Denmark is a good country to work. And there's a Sparody, it's Dare to Think. This is a wonderful basically fellowship you can apply for. So it's a Danish fund, but you can go outside for a year, 2 years, anywhere. This is, I think, for 5 years, but very difficult to crack. But if you get it, it will change your career. So a lot of money, and this DFF, basically the Danish funding agency, pushes you a lot. There's one NRF fellowship from Singapore Prime Minister's office. This is a huge money, like 15 crore rupees for 5 years for early career fellows, but it's very, very hard to crack, and you need to have a super profile. Another one is the postdoctoral fellowship from JSPS, Japan Society for the Promotion of Science. This is much easier to crack if you feel it's hard, others one. So you can start with this one, go there, work with Tokyo University or wherever you have the people working in your area, and do publish some good papers, and then you can go the western side if you want to go. Banting Fellowship, from Government of Canada. This is also a very good fellowship. Nearly they pay 70K Canadian dollar, which is very rare to get as a postdoc fellow in Canada. So this is for 2 years again. And there's an NPP, NASA postdoc program. NASA has many centers across the US. So you can go to the NPP website and you can find, being foreigner, you are not eligible for all of the projects, but some of the projects you would be eligible. You write to the PI, project investigator, I'm interested in working at, there's a 15-page proposal you need to write. And if you get a NASA stamp and if you work there, that would be really, really good. Branko Weiss Fellowship from Switzerland is very, very hard to crack. Just 6 fellowship I think they provide, but you need to have a very cracking idea. If you think you have a fundamentally this idea which can be a major breakthrough, you can apply for it. There's a portal, Research in Germany. It compiles a lot of information about how to get into Germany, but for different fellowship and all that. You can think about that visiting this website. Okay. And now I will just talk about the last part of the presentation, taking innovation from lab to the market. Actually, in India, people think the job of professor is a bit boring. Not many people think academic as their career, and most of the people want to go out, and it's because of the lack of awareness and the lack of the resources. And sometimes people think in academic you make less money. So, but that's not the truth. Even you can make good money in the academics, and this is how you can make. So innovation from lab to the market. So whatever you are doing the research in your lab, you can take it to the market. There are different ways of doing that: spinning out, having your own company, licensing the technology to a particular company, doing some consultancy job. And let me tell you that if you are doing some consultancy for a company, that is allowed, at least in IITs I know, and you pay 30% to the IITs and you keep 70% of that. So if you're doing really good job, good research work, then you can make good money. So I'm not after money, or as a researcher or a good researcher, you should not be after money. But but another harsh reality is that you are dependent on money, right? And some people just don't avail this option because of the foundations they have from the society or from family reasons. They need to fulfill the demand. So don't worry about that. So if you are really interested, just pursue this career. There are ways to make money. So, and good idea can change the whole world. We know that, and we have seen that. Patents can make you very rich. So if you think whatever you are working and it is worth commercializing, then you must patent it. Hard money versus soft money. In India, we have a conception that if we have to start a business, we need to use our own money, our own saving, or we need to ask the bank to provide us some loan and all that. But that's not the true. So I will explain you what's the difference between hard money and the soft money. Blue ocean market versus red ocean market. Suppose if I plan to start a laptop business, there are already so many markets, Dell, HP, and blah, blah, long list is there. So I am going to enter in a red ocean market. where I know that buyers are there, people are there to buy laptops, but there's a huge competition. There are big giants are sitting. Blue ocean market is a market where you come up with something new, very new, but there's no well-established market. So there are always the soft money that you get, the money for which you don't need to repay. That is mainly for blue ocean market. So blue ocean market is for the researcher. You're not supposed to go into the red ocean market. You are supposed to go into the blue ocean market to come up with something really new, and then you start your business or whatever. Many mentoring and proof of concept grants from many universities these days. For example, if you have done something good theoretically or you have early experimental results. So some universities do offer, okay, let's materialize the idea, do a prototype. Prototype is like a working model of what you have done. And they do give some seed money, little but sufficient enough. And this is how you can do the business. And let me explain more about it. So choice is yours, like either to fix someone's window or construct your own window. Whether you want to work on your own ideas, being in a university, and you take it forward to the market and all that, or you just want to work in a company and solve their problem. So it's up to you. But my choice is to like, I will construct my own window. And that's why I'm talking all about this. So sometimes people do ask, like, do I need to do some MBA because there's a huge craze for doing these master's business administration degree? Normally, I say not. When I was in Denmark, so one of the senior guy from Cisco said, what I learned that profit is equal to selling price minus cost price, and this should always be much, much larger than zero. And this is all you need to follow during your business. So you really don't need to do an MBA. And I know many successful business people, those who haven't done MBA. Pitch talks are very important. What happens, like, suppose you have done some good job in your lab. Normally the talk that we deliver in a conference or wherever, these are technical talks or research talks. We go into the details, we use very high profile technical words because the audience is expert in our area. But when you pitch an idea for money, for example, you have found a way in your lab to do something, and you are going to pitch it in front of venture capitalists and all that, those who are going to give you some money, okay, pursue this idea. So they don't know the technical details and they're not interested in that as well. They just are interested into the whether there is a business in this or not, and how feasible is that business, and if you are the right candidate to do that business or not. So if you are thinking about entrepreneurship, if you are thinking about generating these proof of concept grants and money from university or from different accelerator programs, you will be asked to give a pitch talk. And this pitch talk will be very different from the academic talk. So actually it's not difficult, but it takes a while to change your mindset. Because as a researcher, our mindset is to go into the details, to dig out the things, to add as much as information. So pitch talks are very different. So here you need to talk about the problems you are solving. For example, I'm trying to, let's say, solve a particular problem. I will just use a black box. Okay, this box does this thing. They don't want to go into the detail, how does it do? But just you say, okay, this is going to solve this particular problem. This is the pain, this is the problem which exists, and this is my solution. Value propositions, market size you need to talk about. They are very much interested in the market size. And a little bit description, but not into the details, sales, distribution, competitive advantage, how better it is. And obviously patent is very, very important. USPs you need to talk about. And if you already have filed a provisional patent at least, then there's a good chance that it will be funded. If it is not patent protected, it's unlikely that VC will invest their money in that. So if suppose you have got some idea and you are thinking of commercializing it, what you need to do before that? Market research is very, very important. You might think it's a great idea and you are very excited. It's very common to get very excited when you have a new idea. But before you invest a lot of your time, it's important to do surveys. Ask people whether it is a real problem or not, because someone might have already solved this problem, have tried and failed, and might be it is not worth doing that. So ask people without disclosing the problem or solution that you have got. Ask people what the pain, what the problem that they are facing. Let me give you an example. When Uber started in San Francisco, they asked people, what is the problem? Like what stopped you from riding a taxi or hiring a taxi? So from there, they found that if a customer has a rough idea how much it is going to cost, Like as we book a cab on Uber or Ola or whatever, we get a rough estimate fare. So that makes a lot of change. Then customer can decide, okay, whether I should book or not. So this is what they learned from this market survey. And that's the one of the best example I can give you. And you know how successful is Uber and Ola. So you need to scan your competitors, you speak to the people, different people. So you will learn a lot from their ways. Okay, this is the real problem and I do have a solution. So this way you can save a lot of your efforts, because 98% of the startups fails basically. So what is the minimum viable product? So normally if you approach someone, they would ask for a minimum viable product. That's some working model or prototype. So if you have already got some idea, what you can do is like, you can use your research money to develop it if it is a part of the research proposal, or you can specifically apply for the proof of concept grant. We call it POC grants. Most of the universities these days provide some seed money, $10,000, $20,000, depending on your proposal. Not a lot of money, but small seed money. So you can use that to have this prototype ready or MVP ready and file a provisional patent. Provisional patent doesn't cost a lot. Provisional patent is just a notification to the patent office that we have invented this one, just to secure, but it's valid only for a year. It's not a grant of patent or something like that. So you have a 1 year, so you apply for different accelerator program, different grants to get more and more money, to speak to the customer, do market search, market surveys, approach your customers, then get a letter from them. Okay, this is very interesting if they find it. And then you can approach VCs or you can approach anyone. Okay, see, we have this invention, we have already filed a provisional patent, we have a prototype working, we have done a market research, and this number of people are interested already. So that will give a very good impression that you're all prepared and if you're approaching someone. So hard funding versus soft funding. So hard funding is the funding which, for example, if I'm investing, let's say 5 crore in your company, then I will ask, okay, give me 50% equity or 10% equity, like ownership in the company. Of course, that comes with the risk, like if company does well or bad. So, but you own the share in the company if you're giving money. So that's a hard money if you're taking from someone, because you're giving something in the return, right? It can be bank loans, it can be VCs, angel capitalists, or self-funding. Soft funding is the funding where you use proof of concept grants, as I said, from the university. And there are government funded schemes as well, like India, Stand Up India, something like that. So in Western countries, there are more such schemes from the government. Government want new startup to come so that they will generate new jobs and will, of course, make the economy more stronger. There are some career accelerator programs as well. There you get some small seed money. So you can find out, like in your area, wherever you are in the part, whichever part of the world you are in. So there will be many options. So there are ways like to generate initially to have your free money, and then once you are done with the prototype, then you can speak to these VCs and all that if they're interested in funding your work further. Of course, and one new ways these days is the crowdfunding. There are many portals where you can put your project and you can ask for some money. So initially for this as a soft money, you can raise some 20K, 30K, 40K. I know people, those who have raised soft money through this crowdfunding. So crowdfunding is like you put your proposal over a website, then you try to make it viral. It is just to everyone and they learn, okay, you're trying to do this, it's good for the society and all that. So they give some donation, chanda kind of type of thing, okay? And blue ocean versus red ocean market, I've already explained. Blue ocean is a market where there are no competitors, but there's no existing market. So you basically highly patented product. So this is for researchers, basically. You come up with something very new, you file a patent and you go there. But of course, there's a no market, well-established market, but maybe there's a hidden market because people were waiting for this solution. And the red ocean market is something which we already know, and that should not be the cup of tea of researchers, basically, in my view. And I talked about startup accelerator programs. There's Illuminate in US, very famous for optics, photonics, and imaging. If you have some crazy idea, you can apply there. And it's a 6 months program where they help you, guide you, mentor you. And they do give some money, $100,000. It's a good amount of money, free money. There's a like Spy Startup Challenge, which I applied for. They give $5,000. There's a Hello Tomorrow. They give like 100,000 euro. So there must be a lot around if you just dig out. And if you are a member of OSA, you can attend the Innovation School, which happens every year. I think this year it has already happened, but if you keep an eye, you can apply for that. So it's a 4 or 5 days program where you learn a lot of things from the very basics, how to do the startup and all that. So I strongly recommend attending this one. In the societies, you must be already a member of OS Inspire, and IEEE Photonics Society is also there to offer some similar things. So you can get many travel grants through these societies and many courses, many webinars. So it's really worth joining these societies. So I'm happy to answer all the questions. Thank you very much. You can add me on LinkedIn if you want, and you can write me on my email ID. And I work on fiber design and modeling. If you're interested to collaborate with me, you can always write to me. And if you want to work with me, and we have a Facebook group for fiber design, modeling, and application. If you want, you can join there. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That was very informative and beautifully designed talk. Now the session is open to the questions for the participants. So participants, you can post questions in the chat box. The first question we have is from Sivadas to Dr. Deepak Jain. So the question is, how do we want to just prepare ourselves during a PhD degree if we are aiming for industry?
Can you just repeat? Sorry, actually, I started answering on the chat. So please, can you just repeat it once more?
Yeah. How do we want to prepare ourselves during a PhD degree if we are
aiming for an industry? And that's a very good question. Actually, there's an overproduction of PhD students these days, and students normally focus on the research, publication, and all that. And when they are about to finish the PhD, they suffer a lot because they are not able to find a job in industry. So see, as I said, you need to see what industry is looking for, and whether there are jobs in your area or not. If you are doing very high profile work, let's say in some small town of India, you may not find the job, but right. So you need to find out the areas where industries are looking for the people, and the skill set is very important. What are the skill set they are looking for? So you need to already get in touch with the seniors or the people, those who you think have already found a job in the industry, check what they are looking for. Speak to them. As I said, if you go to the conferences, if the industry people are there, talk to them, get in touch with them, do some internship, 1 month, 2 months. And if you can collaborate with the industry during your PhD, that would also be very, very good. So collaborate with them. Sometimes I know those who collaborated, they got a job afterwards in the same company. Do internships, collaboration, skill set is very, very important. Groom your CV in a way it is suitable for industry, right? And try to do these entrepreneurship things. If you have been a part of startup during your PhD, if you try to transfer the technology from the industry, that will be very, very good for industry. Learn different softwares which are very popular in the market. So you need to prepare yourself, right? And you need to work hard for that. No one will come and teach you, okay, do this, do this. So you find out, shortlist the jobs, okay, these companies, 5 companies or 10 companies I'm aiming for, see what they are looking for, and try to get in touch at least a year before you are about to graduate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There is also another question to our first speaker, Professor Kalimadi. So he is asking the same comments in terms of bioindustry. So can you answer, ma'am?
So how to enter bioindustry? Is that the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so first of all, congratulations to both the speakers. Well done. I particularly enjoyed your talk, Dr. Jain. Excellent comments for young minds and how to prepare themselves. So, I think one of the things that I've been pushing is, and exactly what Dr. Jain, Deepak Jain just said, is that find out what are they looking for, right? If you consider the fact that if you are a biologist, now a molecular biologist looking for a job, either in industry or academic career, right? If you don't know bioinformatics, you will go to the lowest of the totem pole. and I'm in, as we speak, I'm reviewing grants for NIH. I can tell you who are the individuals who's going to get the grants, who actually have plans to improve their bioinformatics background one way or the other. So, it has become so important. You're multidisciplinary, trained in multidisciplines, and then figure out how to bring them together. The more skill set you have, the higher the chances of being hired. And I tell you, I cannot agree enough with Dr. Deepak about networking. I mean, my ability to network took me all over the world. And I spent time in Danish Technical University because I networked with scientists at conferences and had a Danish Research Council grant. So those are the things, and all those fantastic suggestions for the students. But figuring out what people are looking for, where the science is going, and how I should get ready to compete is to keeping up with the literature, keeping up with reading, attending conferences, and meeting. All conferences will companies there, CEOs there, and also headhunters there. So that's how we figure out. I hope that was a good answer.
Yes, thank you, ma'am, for your valuable answer. And the next question is from one of our organizing committee. So the question is, it is advisable to approach many professors simultaneously for a project or opening. In case we get acceptance from more than one professors, how could we handle them? So how could we turn them down?
Can I answer that, Deepak?
So this question, okay.
Yeah, so first of all, you are absolutely must write to as many professors as possible. But please don't send me a generic letter. I get letters saying, "Dear sir," and I'm going, what the heck? Did you even bother to find out who I am? What do? I immediately, that goes into trash, right? So you got to customize your letter. All professors know you have choices. You can make choices. So just because you wrote to me doesn't mean you are beholden to me. No, you figure out who is the best, who gave you the best offer, and then be very polite and say, "Thank you for considering my options. After further thoughts, I have to decline your offer." It's perfectly fine to say no, but make sure you learn how to write customized letters to individuals and not these what you call form letters. It just irks me. And I get the most form letters from Indian students.
That was very clear answer, ma'am. Deepak sir, so
yeah, I would agree with Madam that it happens that people write these random emails, mass emails, right? And so whenever you write an email, just be specific. Why are you writing to that particular professor? How your area aligns with him or her, like what you would like to do in future, adding few lines. So if you write your email in a nice way, then it's very likely that particular professor will reply back. And sometimes if they don't have a particular fellowship or their project or opening, you can also ask that I would like to write proposal and I would like to work with you through this particular fellowship. So try to make a contact, like even if it doesn't work, then in future you can work. And regarding like writing, many professors, as Madam said, you're allowed to write. We all know that the situation is tough. We also apply, right, to many places. But when you have got acceptance, wait, like it should not be that the case. If you have joined somewhere, then after 2 months you are saying no. Please don't do that, right? So try to wait and try to join the place where you would like to stay. So, and you can explain them like, okay, I have got these offers and this is more suitable for this particular reason. So honesty is the best policy, I would say.
Absolutely. And the other thing is, please, if your English is poor, download Grammarly. It's free. Grammar check your letters, because poorly written letters with poor English is out, right? So at least do that. And there's no excuse these days for not writing letters without grammatical errors.
Yes, ma'am. Nice, ma'am. Obviously, ma'am. So the next question is from Ms. Kalipriya. So the question is, in India, the PhDs has been increased to 60% over the past 5 years. Is hunting for the fundings and postdocs and the patents is the only solution after PhD? And how to find a good secure job given there are heavy competitions globally?
Okay, so this is for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. For you.
Okay, yeah, it is true that there is an overproduction of PhD, and this is a problem not only in India, even in abroad. Like maybe like 2 or 3% PhDs will get a faculty position, and there were days when doing a PhD would have ensured a faculty position for you, but since the things have changed. So first thing is, like, I would advise, normally sometimes people just do the PhD, they apply for, but be honest with yourself. Like, you really want to do a PhD? Are you really committed for a research career for entire of your life? You first speak to the different people, your seniors, what have been their experience. Then based on that, make a decision. And obviously in masters, you get some experience of doing a thesis of 1 year. So from there, you can make your decision. And during your PhD, I think, as we have already discussed, that you need to prepare yourself regarding skill set, networking, collaborations to find out a good job. And obviously, it's very, very competitive in getting a faculty position. But if we talk from Indian context, number of institutes are also growing. Like, we are now 23 IITs, 23 NITs, NISCR, triple IITs. So if you see, like, if you add up all these central institutes, they will be more than 100. So don't worry about that. So if you are good and if you're working hard, you will get a job. But you need to decide whether you want to be in academic or industry. In academic, you need to focus more on the research work, fellowships, getting good papers, and doing all this, being connected with societies. And for industry, you need to focus more on the industry-specific skill sets, do some internships, and have some leadership skills. So this would be my advice. If Madam would like to add something.
Yeah, I would like to add on something to it. As funding advisor to BIRAC, Biotechnology Industry Research Assistance Council, Technology Development Board, as well as Scientific Engineering and Research Board, I have seen that, the basic problem with academia people coming and presenting a project is there is always a my baby approach. So you have to get rid of that my baby approach, and you have to get ready, for listening to all the inputs that are going to come in from the committee. Number two, rightly said by Dr. Jain, that you have to actually have in your mind an entrepreneurial bent of mind if you want to pitch for a business funding, like, the ignition grants or the leap grants or the seed funding, wherein you are looking for working capital or you are working for actually establishing a spin-off or a startup. So that is going to be very different from an academic funding, what you are going to look for over a period of time, where you can accommodate, research associates or a pool officer to go undertake certain deliverables. So please have in your mind the scheme mandate under which you are applying. Definitely every scheme will have their own definite mandate, whether it is early stage funding, whether it is late stage, whether it is for proof of concept or for validation or scaling up. Please go ahead and look into the mandate first, and then please justify your project accordingly with a clear deliverable. Also, I would like to say that if it is going to be an industry which will be an applicant, bring in the affordability angle when you are going for a government funding. Leverage the government support and say that by this funding, I'm going to make this with a little bit of an affordability component being brought in because of the funding support I'm going to avail. So that will be very attractive for the committee to listen and say that, there is a strategy clearly you have made, even till commercialization or monetization of the product, what you're going to talk about. So best wishes. You will have all the websites where, grant writing workshops, the video, everything is available. Please go ahead and see, and then you can get more inputs also.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. I hope the answer is clear to the participants. And the next question is from Chiba Anandi. So the question is, how much are the interdisciplinary ideas encouraged in proposals?
See, it depends. Like, for early career researchers, it may not be highly encouraged. As I said, like, they want to see your skill set. And because normally these are early career fellowships are for 2 years, like, there's not much time. But for proposals like professors, they normally do very highly interdisciplinary these days because these are long period, 5 years. They involve different professors in different departments, like professors of 4, group of 4 or 5. Then they share the resources accordingly. So, but to start with, I would say like you can drift slightly, but not a lot. To start with, and just like I would like to give an example, like in one of my fellowship, I did 5 collaborations, and there was a comment from the review that it's too much. Within 2 years, you can't have 5 collaborations. So actually adding collaboration doesn't cost a lot, because if you approach someone, one would say, okay, why not? Let's do the collaboration, add my name. It's sort of free collaboration, but be very choosy that it makes sense and it is feasible. Like, don't be over ambitious. Feasibility is also very important. And Professor Kalai can made some more comments on this question. He's more suitable. She's more suitable for this, I think. Madam, please, if you can.
I think being over ambitious is one of the biggest comment that you get, is which means that you haven't thought through the project. And as I'm reviewing this grants, and I'm thinking, maybe when you write the grant, you should think about how that one aim will lead to a manuscript, and you craft your thought process to how it will complete a story. And if you don't take it through the story from the start to end, and the comment you will get is that this applicant did not think through the whole process and did not think through the plan B, right? If plan A didn't work, and you always have to provide, alternate approaches and potential pitfalls in your proposal. So grant writing is a craft that you will learn. None of us were born with it. We are all taught. We all learn from practice, but it only comes with practice. And the more you write, the better you get. And you can see when this, even, I'm looking at pre-doctoral and postdoctoral fellowships right now. You can see the people have applied before and never applied before. The huge difference in the quality of the proposal. So the more you write, the better you are. But stick to read the request made. What are they looking for? Make sure you give all those specific lines. If they ask collaborators specialty, make sure you write it down. Who is this collaborator? How is you going to collaborate? How you're going to train with them? How often you meet with them? So a lot of details you have to provide within the page limit. But remember, most of the time, all the extras are no page limits, only the proposal that is a page limit. So you can put a lot of things, but again, it comes with experience, but comes from reading the instructions carefully.
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your answer. And we have a next question from Ms. Kalipriya. What is the secret to bag the prestigious Marie Curie postdoctoral fellowship? So I think this question goes to Dr. Deepak Jain.
See, yeah, actually, if you are applying with particular host and a particular professor, approach them a year before. So you can't write this Marie Curie fellowship overnight. And what happens, suppose you are writing a proposal, and if you have already done 5 to 10% part of that proposal, that gives a lot of confidence to the reviewer that this proposal is feasible. So if you already published one paper, which just makes like 5 to 10% of your proposal, that would be very, very good. And in general, advices for the proposal writing that Professor Kalai and I have already discussed, that applies here too as well. Involve students there, read the previous year's winner's proposal through research office. Every university has a research office, and in Europe, they strongly recommend this Marie Curie fellowship because it increases their ranking and all that. So approach the research office of that particular university. They will help you, they will provide you feedback, and ask as many as people to read your proposal, to give some feedback. Ask people, suppose you are writing in physics as an optics person, ask astrophysicists to read your proposal. So these are the things you can do. And there are many workshops, as Dr. Banusri already suggested. Over YouTube, you can find from different universities over this particular Marie Curie fellowship. You can learn a lot from there, but try in advance, like 6 months before at least. You can't write it overnight and win it. And try to make a very strong profile during your PhD you're not just supposed to publish papers, try to do many other things as well. Conference papers are also very important. Try to do some leadership things as well. So, and try to mentor students. So somehow try to build a profile which look like that you are a leader, you're an emerging leader. You're showing the sign of a leader, basically.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, sir. So, any other questions from participants? You can post in the chat box. So I think no other questions left. So
Can I add one comment, Libet, before you end the thing?
yes, ma'am, obviously.
So think about if there are 5 people applying for the same job, what would make the person who's employing you actually invite you? The way you will do that is you will tell them what is different about you, what you bring to the table that's going to be different from anyone they would have seen. So how do you make yourself different? You don't want to be, a jack of all trade, or you don't want to look like every other person, but how can you make yourself different? And that comes from all the things Dr. Jain just talked about, and also talks how to articulate how you are different and how you're hardworking. But you must, in order to do that, you also need letters of recommendation. So networking is paramount in figuring out. And I'm very happy to hear that you ask a lot of questions. I think people notice me because I ask questions. Why do people ask questions? Because they listen. So when you go to seminars, you go to meetings, if you don't prepare, it doesn't matter. When you're sitting there, listen to the presentation. You sure will have a question. And the last thing I would say is there's no question is a stupid question. It's only stupid when you don't ask it. So it's okay to come across that you don't know. It's all right not to know some things. But if you don't ask, nobody will notice you. If you ask a great question, people will notice you. Finally, dress for your next job. Whatever meetings you go to, dress like you're ready for a faculty position, because you never know, or your job in the industry, because you never know whom you're going to run into, whom you will have to make an impression. So with that, I'll stop.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your kind advice. So I think we have one more question for Dr. Jain. So the question is from Sakti Pandi. Any short-term international fellowship available for middle-aged faculty?
Sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Any short-term international fellowship available for middle-aged faculty?
I think there are few, but I'm not really updated because I'm in the early career stage, so I look more for me. But I think there are Humboldt Fellowship people do visit for 6 months as well. So Humboldt is always there. It is for both, for early career and for skill, like for experienced researcher. So I think Humboldt is the one, and even JSPS also, they invite professors. And in Denmark, there is one fellowship where I forgot the name, but they invite professors for a few months. So I'm sure you will be able to find, just do Google search for Humboldt and then Denmark one, and also for this JSPS. You'll be able to find something.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
There's also a Fulbright fellowship for faculty as well, for a sabbatical, and you just have to find it. And it's, I don't know the dates, but certainly they have for students as well as mid-career faculties who want to do sabbatical, certainly.
Any other questions from participants? So I think we can wind up the session now. So on behalf of the organizing committee and the participants, I thank all the speakers for providing such a valuable information and enriching our young minds with a lot of career opportunities and lot of informations. Now I hand over the session to Swati.
Thank you, Libbert, for channelizing the session. I have to mention that the previous session was like hitting a lottery, wasn't it? So many pieces of information wrapped together and presented in a single stage. I personally find it very informative and I express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Deepak Jain on behalf of the organizing committee and also to Professor Kalaimadi and Dr. Banushree for adding their valuable insights. Thank you, sir, and thank you, professors.
My pleasure. Thank you.
We are now heading towards the end of the event, and I request Mr. K. Divya Prasad, Vice President of NITT SPY Student Chapter, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Swati. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We have reached this end of this workshop. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I have to make it very short. I thank everyone who make this event very successful. So it's my pleasure to thank everyone. On behalf of the NITT SPY OC student chapter, I heartily thank all delegates for this workshop for their presence and contribution to make this event such a surrounding successful. At the outset, I would like to thank our keynote speakers for their extraordinary efforts to grace this event. Dr. Kalaimadi from Florida University, IUSA, Dr. V. Banushree from Patila House, New Delhi, and Dr. Deepak Jain from University of Sydney, Australia. Thank you, speakers, for your precious time with us. Especially, I thank Professor Kalaimati, ma'am, for it will be around 3:30 in USA, but she is still here. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my thanks to the director, NIT Tirchi, for giving this opportunity to organize this event. I would like to thank our faculty advisor, Dr. Sashtikumar sir, for his moral guidance and constant support. I would like to thank our technical advisor, Dr. Justin Joseph sir, for supporting an introduction about SPY OC student chapter. I would like to thank our HOD, Dr. M. Ashok sir, for providing encouragement and support. A special thanks to Dr. Sashtikumar sir and Ashok sir for helping us to get a permission from Institute. I extend my gratitude to all faculty members from our department for their presence and support in this workshop. A big thanks to SPY OSA organization and members. I heartfelt thanks to all participants from diverse institutes for their active participation to make this event very successful. Yet importantly, I thank our organizing team for their unflinching support and coordination. Here our team, Ms. Swati, Ms. Kalipriya, Presidents of SPY OSA student chapters, and Vice President Mr. John Paul, Secretaries Ms. Niveta and Mr. Lebert Sam Bilgats, and Treasurer Mr. Balamurugan and Mr. K. Arjun. Thank you everyone for your time. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Divya Prasad. It was wonderful having you all with us in this event, and we hope that audience might have found value in attending due 21. Once again, I thank all the speakers, participants, professors, and organizing committee for bringing the best out of us and making this event a great success. Thank you. I'll just like to reiterate that e-certificates will be issued to all participants upon submission of the feedback form, the link to which has been posted in the chat box. I request you all to submit it before 2 p.m. and after which we will be no longer accepting the responses. Let us culminate due 21 with a quote. Diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice we make every day. As leaders and responsible humans, we have to put out the message that we embrace, not just tolerate diversity. Thank you. Now it's time for our national anthem. Thank you all, and we are looking forward to your active participation in our future events too. Thank you.
ஸ்வாதி லைவ் ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிடலாம்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
பண்ணிருங்க, ஸ்டாப் பண்ணிருங்க.
ஸோ அது கண்ட்ரோல்